Hello and welcome everyone to this live stream. My name is Tom Graham and I work for Envato Tuts Plus. This live stream is brought to you by Envato Tuts Plus and of course Envato Elements. So basically, well, first of all, good morning to everyone. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from in the world. I'm in Melbourne, Australia. Right now it is 5:30 a.m. So we're here with you bright and early. Let us know what you're doing with your morning in your world. Or maybe it's your afternoon, I'm not sure. So basically, this is a live stream that we're doing on the Tuts Plus channel, and Marco, my producer, who is in the chat, and you'll see him in the chat there today. Say hi to him. You know, he's holding down the fort for me over there. He has set me a challenge. If you didn't see the trailer that we put out last week, the challenge is that a movie studio that we cannot name has asked us to cut a trailer for a film that does not exist. There is no budget and I've only got 5 hours to do it. And that 5 hours is going to be on this live stream right now. And so then if there's no actual film, what am I cutting the trailer for? Well, that's where Envato Elements comes in. So today I'll be going through Envato Elements to look for stock footage, stock music, assets for the trailer like sound effects, graphics, fonts, anything like that. And I've got to cut a trailer that's 30 to 60 seconds long. So let me run through the rules very quickly. I know we've just gone through them. Let me bring this up here. I'll see if I can move to the side. There we go. Wait, that side. Perfect. So with it can be any genre. It needs to be 30 to 60 seconds in length. 10 to 15 videos I need to use from Envato Elements, 2 fonts, 1 music track, and 2 video templates. And those video templates are for things like Premiere Pro, After Effects, DaVinci Resolve. They're probably the main 3 that I'll be using. I'll probably cut the trailer in Premiere Pro. I'll probably do any graphics like I don't know, like titles or anything like that. Even the title of the film. I'll do that in After Effects. And then because we're going to be using so much different footage from Envato Elements, I will then bring that into DaVinci Resolve to put a nice color grade on it and make it feel like it's consistently from the same film. So that's basically the rules of the live stream here. Now, I'll be honest with you, this is not something that I've done before. So you'll be learning along with me. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of do it together. So make sure you're nice and active in the chat. Let me know if there's anything that catches your eye when I'm going through Envato Elements, anything that you think I should use. Or actually, we'll also post it in the chat as well. There'll be an Envato Elements collection that I'll be adding all of the assets to as we go. That will update live. So if you want to check out the assets that I'm using as I go this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, you can follow along live with me there. You should be able to see that if you're not an Envato Elements subscriber, and if you are an Envato Elements subscriber, you'll be able to jump into there and download those along with me this morning. So basically the process that I'm going to go through this morning is I'm going to use Elements to look for all of that content. I'll try and decide what genre that we are cutting this film for. Maybe you can drop that in the chat as well. It could be horror, it could be romantic comedy, it could be I don't know. We can work it out along the way. It could be an action film. It could be a sports epic. Who knows? We're going to work that out along the way. I haven't actually decided that yet. I've done a little bit of prep for this, but I haven't actually looked at any assets along the way. So you're seeing this with me for the first time. So we're going to create this in this 5 hours. This challenge. We're going to create this trailer from scratch using Envato Elements. Yeah. There's no hidden folders. There's no cache of stock footage that I already have. We're doing this live. So we're going to look for a genre, and then we're kind of going to decide on what film to cut there. I'll gather all my assets together. That'll include, like I said before, stock footage, fonts, music tracks, sound effects, things like that. Then we'll begin to edit all of that together. I'll start to bring it into a timeline in Premiere. We'll get a feel for what's happening. Through that as well, then I'll start to make titles, like your inner world, all that kind of stuff. And also potentially some titles for the actual name of the film, which will have to come once we decide on what the film is actually going to be. And then we're also going to have to kind of write the story. We'll add music and sound effects to that. And then, as I said before, we'll bring it into DaVinci Resolve for any final tweaks. Now, this morning, you'll be able to see my screen, everything that I'm doing here. There you go. We'll keep my face up here for now. If I get in the way, we'll move me out of the way. And then I've also got this behind the scenes angle as well. I thought, it might be interesting to see sort of my keyboard and my, desktop setup. Like I said, it's 5:30 in the morning at the moment for me in Melbourne. So it's going to be a little bit dark. It'll get a little bit more light as we go. So bear with me. You can see as well my desktop background is still on the night mode. So as we go along this morning, we're gonna get a little bit more bright. Anyway, keep saying hi in the chat. I can see everyone's nice and active in there. It's great to have you with us this morning. Really exciting to be doing this. And I think, Marco's put a poll in here as well. So check out what genre you want me to look at. I think at the moment it's sitting around action, but I don't know. How about we just we jump in to Envato Elements and we'll start trying to find some footage. Let me bring this over here. All right. So for those of you who have never seen Envato Elements before, welcome. This is Envato Elements. So we've got it set out in a few different topics here. We've got stock video templates, music, sound effects, graphics templates, graphics, presentation templates, photos, fonts, add-ons, web templates, and more. So some of these are pretty self-explanatory. Stock video, that makes sense. Video templates. These are for things like After Effects, Premiere Pro, Apple Motion, Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve, etc. And you can see as well here, there's different things like broadcast packages, elements, infographics. And within all of those categories, you'll have different types of video templates. So for instance, this morning, I'll probably look for things like trailers and titles. We'll get back into this later on, but if I'm going to look for maybe a template to start with, here we go. We've got some trailers here. You can hover your mouse across these and they will autoplay. I'll pop the music on so you guys can hear. Just turn it down in my ears. If you hover across these, you can kind of get a preview. And then if you click into them, you can see the larger preview as well, and a little bit more information about what you're getting. So for instance, this one is in 1920 by 1080. A lot of them are in 4K. It just depends on what you need for your project. Down here as well, if you like this one, but it's not exactly what you want, you've got similar video templates and then more from the same author as well as item tags. So these can be really helpful to kind of dial in. There's just so much stuff on Envato Elements, literally millions of different digital assets. So it can be helpful to click through these different item tags. And especially like if you find an author that you like, this CG cover, click into there and you can find a whole bunch of stuff that will generally be in a similar style. So if you haven't found the exact one that you want, or maybe it's for DaVinci Resolve and you want one for Premiere Pro or After Effects, then click through and you'll likely find more. Back out to the main page here, and then if you go into music, so you've got full music tracks, then you've also got things like logos and idents, which can be really helpful if you're doing things like small commercials or intros or anything like that. You can see here these tracks are split out into a 20-second version, a 6-second version, a 9-second version, an 11, 23, 5-second, rather than having to cut a 6-second version out of a full-length track. I find that really, really helpful. Sound effects, relatively self-explanatory, and we'll get into that later on. Graphics templates, we'll use maybe a little bit of this in this tutorial. This isn't a tutorial, this live stream challenge. And I'll probably use this graphic template stuff for, once we decide on what this film is that we're making and we have a title for it, we'll maybe make a title kind of logo for that. Graphics as well, different background textures, patterns, icons, illustrations. presentation templates. So this is really good if you're about to give a presentation, and you can do this through Keynote, PowerPoint, Google Slides, etc. Photos, really self-explanatory here. There's just so much to choose from. Just so much to choose from. Fonts, we'll get into that later on. Heaps of fonts as well. And then add-ons has different things like actions and presets for Photoshop and different programs. Brushes, again, for Photoshop, things like Procreate. There's LUTs in there as well. Web templates, which we won't be getting into in this stream. Yeah, and then there's plenty more. But without, without kind of diddly-daddling too much more, should we kind of get into it? I should have a look at this chat over here. I want to see what everyone's saying. It looks like we're sitting towards action, which kind of works well because I think a lot of the video templates really lend themselves to that kind of epic action trailer. So we'll see how we go. I think I need a template to start with. So I'm going to go back to what I was doing before and look at trailer. I may not actually just end up using a template from the start, but I've got to start somewhere. So why don't we start here? We'll go into video templates and I've searched trailer here. I'm just going to start looking through them. Now, there might be times in this stream where I get a little bit quiet when I just get into my process here, so forgive me, but I'll make sure as well that if we're looking through things, you'll be able to hear all of the things that we're doing here, especially when I get into the editing as well. Obviously looking at the music and things like that. But also, if I do get a little bit quiet, I'm concentrating on this, trying to look at everything in the chat as well. Oh, like this, the polls just come up. We've got 35% for action, 28% for sci-fi, 23% for horror, and 12% for comedy. And that's from the people who have joined us this morning, bright and early. So thank you. It looks like action is the winner there. So let's kind of try and find something action-oriented. And then I guess once we start finding our stock footage, we'll kind of craft that genre a little bit more, because I mean there's such a wide world of action films. All right, so I'm in trailer. I'm gonna hit movie trailer actually, and just get a little bit more into this from the start here. Blockbuster, look at this. Going quiet so we can hear the epic music. It's your classic like Hans Zimmer. Blah. All right, I could see something like that working. I might actually add this to our collection. Like I said before, we've got that live collection. Marco will be able to pop that in the chat. And let me just grab that for him. Here we go. We'll copy that link and we'll make sure that's ready for everyone. There you go, Marco. Pasting that to you now. So I've dropped that in there, so if you do want to play along with me, you can. So that's one that we might use later on. Let's look at this one here. It looks a little bit different. So this one's good. I don't think it's as good as that Blockbuster trailer. I'm gonna not add this to my list for the time being, for what we want to do anyway. Let me move through here. This one looks like more text-based. And you'll see all of these as well are completely editable. So as I hover my mouse over this, you can see the Envato logo here. So when you jump into this and actually start editing it, most of them will have like little sections and stuff where it says, here, put your logo here. And then you can swap that out with whatever you need. So these placeholder Envato Elements logos are just that. They're just placeholders to show you what it will look like once you put your own logos in there. Now, I've realized I'm looking at movie trailers here and I've got all of these checked. So we're looking at DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut Pro, Apple Motion, Premiere Pro, and After Effects. For me, what I want to do for any kind of graphics and trailery kind of motion, I'm going to work in After Effects today. I feel, me personally, I've got a little bit more control over things. So I'm going to check After Effects here. So we're only seeing ones that will work for After Effects. Now, oftentimes these will come packaged with a Premiere Pro version as well. But for the most part, I'm just going to work in After Effects for this part of it this morning. And then I'll get into Premiere Pro for cutting the actual stock footage into a trailer. So it's good that that blockbuster one that I already added to our list here is After Effects, which is great. There's a glitch movie trailer here. Let's try this. Open up this big screen for you. This looks a little bit more like dystopian rather than action per se. So place your footage. So a lot of these also give you instructions on how they work. That one looks okay, if not a little bit violent. I'm going to add that to the live stream here, and then, sorry, the collection here, and then we'll see how we go later on. Trying to find a few different ones so that if we do get into it and we're not loving it, we can kind of just keep trying things over this stream this morning. This one here, cinema title, let's have a look at this. I like all these kind of atmospheric elements, that's pretty cool. This looks a lot more like it's just kind of text and photos. Here we go. Just going to scrub through a little bit. It's okay. It's probably a little bit more text-based than what I want to do this morning. So I'll move on. Now this one looks very colorful, so probably not the action that we're looking at. Now these sports ones, you know, they're often generated towards sports, but you know, sports stuff is generally pretty action-packed as well. So I don't know, could work, but this one looks a bit too sportsy for, again, what we're trying to do this morning. I'm gonna move away from that. Thriller trailer, After Dark. Someone just in the chat there, when I mentioned the Hans Zimmer sounds before, they said they like to call it the Inception horn. Definitely agree with you. It's definitely the Inception horn. If anyone remembers the Inception trailer when it first came out, it was very much like, let's see, I think it was this one. No, I can't remember. Anyway, it's definitely the Inception horn. Well, this one's interesting. A little bit more like 80s neon kind of situation. Although then it looks like it's getting a little bit rom-com. Oh no. Okay, so that one could be good. Let's add that to the list. Well, this one obviously like leaves its influences on its sleeve here. Very much Grindhouse, Quentin Tarantino sort of style. It's pretty cool though. Let's add it to the list. Let's add it to the list. It's something different. I don't want to spend a huge amount of time just going through all of these. So let's find maybe one or two more. It's not working for me. Epic trailer. Someone in the chat has told me to look for action trailer, and I guess we are looking specifically for action now, so that's a very good point. Action trailer. Let's do this. Perfect. This is what I need the chat for. I'm, you know, like I said, it's just before 6 a.m. for me. I haven't had my coffee yet. Thank you, chat. I need this. This one's got like mini Inception horns. That's pretty good though. I'm gonna add that to the list. Look at this one, Venom action trailer. We just did a Venom video recently, which has proved to be very popular. So check that out on the Envato Tuts Plus YouTube channel. There's a lot of kind of like lines and things like that. Thematically, I'm not sure how I can tie that in with the different stock footage that we'll be able to find. So I might not add that one. Just gonna keep scrolling through here. Like I said, I haven't pre-planned any of the assets that we're going to use here. We're doing this completely together. Yeah, I don't know. Let's not spend too much more time. How about we give ourselves 5 more minutes to have a look at these templates. And basically the reason why I'm spending a bit more time on this is because I want to get a good starting point. I've only got 5 hours to make this. I want to get a good starting point with this trailer here. So I may as well start with a template. Maybe I need a coffee delivered. That one was pretty epic. This one I do like where it's like change colors and settings because I do want to color grade the footage as well. And if you can, this is probably not right for what we're doing, but you can see here how there's like some different colored glows that come across the screen. A lot of these will give you the choice in After Effects and different programs as well to change the color of those glows. So if you're going for much more of a green grade or a blue grade or something like that, rather than this kind of teal and orange look, then, you know, like you can tweak that to your heart's content as well. You're not stuck with it just because of what, what the template has. Cruising through, let's find one more, and then we'll go back and have a look at the ones that we've already gotten. These are all very similar. I'm just going to go for something completely different now. What should we do here? I'm just going to do thriller. Why don't we do thriller? It might be very similar. I know it looks a little bit more thriller, kind of horror. I think we looked at this one before. Horror trailer. Ugh, creepy. I'm not a horror fan. This one's interesting. It's got kind of almost like those, what do you call it? You might not be able to see this on the stream, but yeah, those bars that you get on like an old CRT TV, which is cool. That's similar to the one that we found earlier. I guess this is like a Batman Dark Knight Rises sort of situation. Let's have a look at this. Oh, I like the treatment on the Envato logo there with the fire. Depending if we go for something that's like, you know, Hero Rises from the Ashes, Dark Knight Rises style, we could potentially do this. This looks like a lot of text so far though. Here we go. It's more photo based. Obviously we can put videos underneath that as well if we want. This is a bit more, I guess, pointing to the crew. You know, as crew in a previous life myself, I like that. But for our purposes this morning, we want to stick more to the footage and the assets rather than calling out too much text. Just going to skip through here. Oh, this one with the lion. Oh, what's this one? This one could be interesting. Looks a bit different. This is more crew text as well. I like this one. It's a little bit different. We're going to add this to the list, and then go from there. All right, so let's just jump into this list here. Like I said, you guys will be able to see this as well. Marco will be able to post this in the chat. If you're just joining, sorry. Oh, need my coffee. All right, yeah. So if you're just joining us, doing this live stream challenge this morning, we've got this Envato Elements collection. I'm going to be adding all of the assets that I think I might use to this throughout as we go, so you can kind of see these, and if you are an Element subscriber already, you can download them and work with them as well. If you're not an Element subscriber, I think you'll still be able to see it. You just won't be able to download them. You'll be able to preview them, and you can play along. And this is all of our trailer video templates that we're going to be using for After Effects. We're also then going to add, of course, our stock video, our stock music, our fonts, all of that good stuff as well into this as we go along. So that's what this is if you're just joining us. And if you are just joining us, let me bring up the rules again. I've got to move myself aside. Here we go. Move myself aside. There we go. So I can pick, I went to the wrong side. Any genre, the final piece has to be 30 to 60 seconds. Need to use 10 to 15 stock videos, 2 fonts, 1 music track, and 2 video templates. Now, the video templates that we're using here, that could be one, but then there could also be different things like, where are we? Like transitions and glitches and things like that, or even some potential little motion graphics that might come up across our trailer that aren't necessarily in the package. You're not seeing my screen. That aren't necessarily in the package here. So what I was looking at before, when you couldn't see my screen, was different things like, let's say, for instance, transitions. So potentially like transitions packs, or glitches or wipes or anything like that. That's also going to be part of our part of the challenge that we're looking at, and yeah, I can use that as well as our titles. Anyway, I've stuffed around enough this morning. Let's have a look at the collection again, and we'll jump into that, and we'll kind of pick one that we need to work with. I think, it's hard. This one's pretty epic. It's pretty trailery. I do like this Grindhouse one. It's a little bit different. I actually think this action trailer here and action thriller movie trailer with the Dreams of Death, I think this one could be quite interesting. I like the neons, and we could get interesting with the color there. But it really, I guess it depends on the kind of stock footage that I'm going to end up finding. So maybe before we get into that, we can look into some stock footage. That's what we'll do. We'll look through our stock footage now, and then and see if we can see a pattern start to emerge. So let's go into the stock video section here. So much that we can go through. I can change the frame rate that I'm looking at specifically. Now I'm going to be cutting this in 25 frames per second. That's just how I work in the region in where I work in Melbourne in Australia. But that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily only going to look for 25 frames per second footage. I know there's different schools of thought about mixing frame rates, but Premiere, After Effects, they handle this pretty well these days. If I'm, using 24 frames per second footage instead of 25, it's not going to be that bad. If I'm using 30 instead of 25, it's not going to be that bad. I'm going to look for sort of 4K assets as well as 1080 assets. I'm probably going to output in 1080 so I can use that extra resolution in 4K to kind of punch in and out. Yeah, so that's sort of my process here. I'm just going to have a look through. I might start just searching different terms. Pop in the chat as well which different search terms do you think I should use to start trying to find my footage here. Excuse me, I'm going to be talking for 5 hours, got to keep hydrated. And then we can go from there. So I'm going to just search, I don't know, we're on this action tip. Let's look at action. Let's just see what comes up for action. Okay. Actor failing action scene. That could be fun. And the thing is, we can just use little clips of this. We don't have to use all of it. So, you know, this looks pretty intense here. Let's add this to the collection. Jet ski in action. I guess I wasn't thinking of like a jet ski heist film. Maybe it's like Fast and the Furious on jet skis. That could be kind of fun, but probably not what we're going for. Obviously, if you just type generic things like action, you're going to get different things like action sports and things like that. But how about we look at something like dystopia? So this is where you're going to get a little bit more refined. Like we'll probably get things that are a little bit more like action oriented. But then if we want to like kind of get into a subgenre, then we can kind of do that. People keep saying in the chat about an eating contest. Did I misspell this? I'm pretty sure I wrote editing contest, not eating contest. Although I do have to have breakfast at some point, so maybe that could be the eating contest. Anyway, we're looking here at this dystopian stuff. What I'm actually seeing now that I've looked at this is that there seems to be, yeah, so this author here, Anna Stills, it looks like there is quite a bit of footage with the same actor here, which actually could be really helpful. Something that I was thinking about going into this challenge was how do I make it feel like one coherent film if I'm getting just a bunch of different footage from different places around Envato Elements. So this might actually be really handy. I might just jump into one of these and see what this all looks like. So there we go, play through these. No music, but it's just this artist, so this talent walking through what appears to be some kind of like desert rocky area. And it seems that there's quite a, oh, look at this, this is great. There's quite a collection. We can cut an entire film from this. Maybe that's what we're doing. Are we going sort of like Mad Max, post-apocalyptic, you know, water wars? Maybe. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start adding these to our collection because having a lot of different stock footage with the same talent in it, I think is going to be really helpful. So I don't know if I'm going to 100% use these yet, but I'm going to add these all to our collection so that we can start to see a pattern form if we, once we jump back into our collection very soon. This is going to make it feel nice and coherent. What do we got here? These skulls are creepy. I don't think they're from the same. Wow, there's heaps. This is what a gold mine that I've just stumbled on here. Oh, this is interesting. All right, so we've got a different creator now, a different author who has similar looking footage, which is fantastic. So I'm going to jump into that author's collection, which now I've gone into their collection. They've got 1,500 stock videos in here, which is fantastic, but I'm going to have to search dystopia again and hopefully I find it. All right, let's go back to my search results here and do it this way. Add these in. So as you can see, there's a few different ways to navigate Envato Elements. You know, if you know exactly what you're looking for, it's easy to find. If you're kind of just casting net wide, you do need to get a little bit more refined, and you can do that by jumping in to different authors, clicking through the different item tags like I mentioned before, and then looking at the similar footage. It will also sort of similar results depending on what you're looking at. It will oftentimes give you really similar content, and I think part of the challenge this morning is exactly that, trying to find content that feels similar and it feels like we're cutting from the same film. So I'm already seeing a pattern emerge here where we've got you know, almost like a bit of a teal and orange grade to this as well, for this Anna Stills author, and then this Art Photodema. And we might not stick with that teal and orange grade in the end, but having stuff that all feels coherent at the start, I think can only help us. And then it looks like we're getting a little bit further out. This is kind of cool though. Okay, so like if this is our hero talent, this is our protagonist, we need an antagonist. What about this person? Walking through the fields here. This is kind of fun. I know it's like post-apocalypse survivor here in this, but who says we can't make this our antagonist? Going to add this here. I stumbled on this with dystopia. What a chance word to pick there. Let me know in the chat as well if there's anything else as well you think I should be searching. But I'm seeing this start to come together, and I think this could work really well. And again, I've only got 5 hours to do this, and I'm already over half an hour in, so 4.5 hours left to go. So I need to get cracking. I really like this sort of almost Star Wars-esque hooded figure or helmeted figure as a antagonist here, especially when the other stuff that I'm finding here is very much like, I mean, I'm getting a Dune vibe. If anyone saw the film Dune last year when it came out, again, let us know in the chat what you thought of that. Speaking of amazing sound design and Inception horns, the Dune sound design I thought was probably one of the best parts of the film. Obviously, visually, it was very striking, but the sound design was fantastic. Anyway, this is kind of giving me that Dune vibe here with the Fremen. Is that it? That was what it was. And then, you know, you've got your different kind of high-tech soldiers. So that could work really well. Now we're getting into asteroid territory. We'll see if I can click through and find a few more bits and pieces that would match what we've found already. Okay, we're back to that same author here. I've got a lot of their stuff already. Scary female vampire hypnotizing. I really enjoy searching through Envato Elements and looking at all of the different names for different things, because, you know, there's only so many different ways you can say, you know, lady standing in a field looking at camera, but I like this scary female vampire hypnotizing. It's great. Someone asked me to search for monster trucks, which, I mean, look, why not? Don't know if we're going to get any of that post-apocalyptic sort of vibe. Maybe a kid playing with a truck here. Well, actually, let's look at this. Let's look at the collection together. View collection. All right, we've already got 40 items in there. That's good. So what we're seeing now is I'm seeing a protagonist. I'm seeing the kind of the good guys in the fight. They're out in the desert. They're conserving water. They're basically on the run. That's how I'm reading this so far. And then we've got this figure here who is almost searching for them. Lone kind of antagonist searching through. Similar, you know, obviously we've got a little bit more desert here, and we're more into a field here, but it'll be a quick trailer. We don't have to focus on that too much. But what I want is, how did we get to this place? I'm starting to see the pattern emerge of, all right, what is this film about? This film is about something has happened. And in the post event, this is the world that we now live in. We've got these hooded, helmeted figures searching through the wastelands for these other figures who are sort of hiding out in the desert, waiting for people, watching, getting their fires ready, doing what they can to sort of live their lives. But what happened first? So maybe a little bit of a quick montage at the start of the trailer of like the before times, where we can just sort of search for different kind of maybe portraits of people. Let's see if that will work. I'm going to go into stock footage here and just do, I'm going to do urban portrait because I want it to be in like city environments. Urban portrait, and we'll see what happens there. This is kind of what I want. I want to try and get as many sort of like interesting looking people as possible, rather than like model-y shots. I want it to feel a little bit more like natural and a bit more real. I don't want to do anything with masks in it because this is like pre the event. So, I mean, this one's nice here with the light shining behind her when she looks at camera. We'll add that in. Add that in as well. We're going to get into the editing very soon. Give myself 5 more minutes to find some footage here. I think that's the same person from before, so that works well. Now, you know what is a great little tip to find, I guess, more, I don't know how to put this, diverse or interesting looking people. If you put in hipster portrait, this tends to work pretty well. You get some more interesting backgrounds, add that in, it looks a little bit more interesting. So these are kind of like the before time shots that we're looking at here. Maybe that one. All right, let's we can always come back to elements, and we will come back because we want to get music and sound effects. But right now, let's start downloading some stuff and let's see how my internet goes trying to run the stream as well as download all of this. But let's first of all grab our trailer that we want to use so we can play with that when we're downloading other stuff in the background. I don't know which one to go for. Maybe the Grindhouse trailer works with this kind of dystopian, almost Western vibe that we're going for. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat which one's kind of catching your eyes out of what I've got in the elements collection here.
Audio Jungle.
I'm just looking through them at the moment. I think for me, it's out of the Grindhouse trailer or this Dreams of Death one. I'm going to start with the Grindhouse. Let's do that. Got to start somewhere. Downloading it. I've got to add this to my live stream. Done. Downloading. And so basically, if you haven't used Elements before, when that downloads, it'll come into your downloads folder. I'm going to then bring that into where I'm working today, and then copy that in here. Unzip it first. Like I said, you're getting the full how I work. You're watching me work here, and then my process is I delete them out of my downloads so I don't have them twice, and then you've got, so basically, yeah, now that I've undone that here, I'm just going to rename this Grindhouse Trailer, just so it's easier to see. And then you've got all of your assets in here. You've usually got some like README stuff as well about how things work. So there's font text here. So these are different Google fonts that you can use. Basically the different fonts that they've used in this as well. I think I should have all of these potentially. And if not, you can just change the fonts out. That's totally fine. They've got a link to the music track here from Audio Jungle. But we're just going to use our own here, and we're going to play around with whatever we can find on Envato Elements. And generally they'll have tutorials on here as well. So you can see here, there's a bit of a tutorial about how to actually go through and use it. But you don't need that because that's what I'm here to do this morning. So I'm just going to rename this _VO101. And for me, my naming conventions here, that's the first version that I'm working on, and then the iteration of that. If I then send this to someone else, they review it, comes back to me, and I start working on it again, that becomes VO2 and then O1 again. That's how I like to work. Let me know in the chat if you've got different ways of working. Actually, also let me know in the chat who's tuning in this morning. You know, are you an editor? Are you an animator? Are you a graphic designer? Do you not do any of that? Are you just interested in the process? Let me know. I'd love to hear what everyone's getting out of this. All right, so I'm going to open this up. This will open up into After Effects, and then we'll get into it. In the background, though, I'm going to start downloading some of our footage. And these are all relatively large file sizes for some of these, so which is good. It means that we've got a lot to work with. But I just got to make sure I keep downloading those in the background. Okay, so it's told me that there's a couple of fonts that I don't have, but that's fine. I'm probably going to change fonts later on anyway, so that's all good. So this is what you see when you first open After Effects and you first open up this Grindhouse template. Just checking out the chat here. Yes, everyone's in on the Grindhouse one, which is great. I agree. Some person who hasn't used their name. I agree that the Grindhouse one seems to match the shots of the girl in the desert. That's kind of what I went for, and I'm glad that you agree with me there. And then we've got someone else who's an illustrator who's interested in doing more video editing. Well, if you're, I feel like different creative processes kind of, if you're an illustrator, it's very different to video editing, but it's not that different. You can kind of like learn if you've learned how to do one, you can learn how to do the other, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, if you want to learn more about video editing, if you want to learn more about After Effects, obviously I'm very biased, but Tuts Plus on YouTube, Envato Tuts Plus, the channel we're on right now, we've got so much content about how to use basically any program, heaps of stuff about how to do illustrations and graphic design in Illustrator and things like that, a lot of Photoshop stuff, but yeah, increasingly more stuff to do with Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, After Effects. We've actually got like heaps of stuff coming up as well, but for instance, you can check out, let's see if this comes up. There we go. You can check out our advanced tutorial for Premiere Pro. If you watch that and follow along, you'll be an expert at the end of the video. You will then not just be an illustrator, you'll be an illustrator and an editor. And then maybe after watching the stream, you might be an animator as well. Learn how to use After Effects. Okay, enough of that waffle. Let's keep working here. Well, let's start working actually. All right, we're almost an hour into this. I've got 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. So this is how it's laid out. My screen might be a little bit small here, apologies. But basically you've got all of your assets set in a bin over here. You've got your different editable parts here. You've got your different scenes here as well, which is what the main comp is made up of. And then here you can see the main comp here as well. So I'm going to rename. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not going to rename. I've got a few different things here which I'll shut down, but these are things that I use, and these are different scripts and stuff that you can use for After Effects. This one, True Comp Duplicator, it does exactly what it says on the packet. It it duplicates the comps. And instead of just right clicking on this and like copying and pasting, or Command D and duplicating, which will duplicate the comp, but it won't duplicate the subcomps. This duplicates the subcomps and anything as well. So you can get a true duplicate of your comp, and then you can continue to kind of like work on a new iteration of that without stuffing up the original iteration. So that one's really handy. I'm going to close that for now. And then Motion 2 as well is a really handy plugin that just helps with your easing. So if you're doing any keyframe stuff, we might do that later on, some custom keyframing. And this gives you a lot of control over your easing. But we'll close that for now so we can see. Okay. Where are we at? What are we doing? I'm going to put it on this one. There you go. You can see my screen. Perfect. So let's just have a look through here. Click through. Now, you're not going to be able to play back. This is the thing with After Effects. If you haven't seen After Effects before, when you've got a complicated project like this, you rarely get to play back in real time. You can see these sections here that are green are pre-rendered, and you will be able to play back relatively in real time, obviously in a lowered resolution. But any sections here where I'm looking, where my mouse is hovering at the moment, you can see that there's a dark bar, not a green bar. That's not going to play back in real time. So you can just hit the space bar to play along with that, and it will start to buffer that. But any changes that you make, then you'll have to do that again. So that's why it's going a little bit slow there, but you can scrub through, so you can kind of get an idea here. All right, so it starts here with, we present. So I think, because we have no movie studio for this, the movie studio is Tuts Plus, that's us. We'll probably do Tuts Plus Presents, and we can change our different bits and pieces here. This is where we're going to come up with the name for the film. Actually, that's a really good one for the chat because I've got a lot going on right now. I need you guys to help me come up with a name. So as we're going along with this, if you think of any great names for this film that we're cutting, please let me know, and then we can kind of roll with that. We can do this together. You can't physically, change the settings here. You can't, use my mouse, use my keyboard, but you can help me out. Certainly, we can definitely do this together. It's a collaboration. So then we move through here. We can do another tagline there, and we don't have to use all of these scenes as well. So if we want to get straight into the footage after this tagline, after this title, we can do that. And then we kind of keep moving in. So where it says Media 1, obviously when you click through that a little bit further, you can see there's a comp here, and you can put your media in here. And then as well, it gives you handy tags here. So this frame will be frozen. So once we put some footage into this, when that footage gets to this point here, it's going to freeze frame as part of the main comp. So see here, it's like the freeze frame effect. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. I've never actually used this template before, so we'll get into that later on and we'll see how it's going to work. Some stuff might be a bit too complicated to do in the 4 hours or so that I have remaining, but we'll do our best to get as complex as possible. And then you can see here as we go along. So basically what I'm seeing is that I need multiple media clips here, up to 6, but I think I want to try and get a few more in there. And I think I also want to add some extra things in here that aren't in this. So I'll use the template for this border that's happening. And then maybe I'll do with all of the footage that we were looking at, where we're looking at these portraits, the like before time stuff. Maybe we'll do like a quick, in the before times, it'll ramp up like, and then we'll drop into the dystopian stuff. What about erg for a title? That could work. We need a huge explosion. Okay, good to know. Once upon a time in a Tuts Plus. That's not bad. I like that. just going to download more of this footage here, and then we'll bring it over into our project later on. Now, if you can see the bottom of my screen here, you can see probably just how fantastic my internet is. Here in Melbourne, Australia, we're not known for our lightning fast internet speeds, but we get it done. We do get it done. We'll just let that do its thing for a moment. So I'm going to move these assets into, come on now, into my footage section here. And as they download, I'll do that and keep bringing them in. And then in my After Effects template here, I'm going to create a new folder and call this my footage. I'm going to put a little underscore on that so it sticks at the top. And then we can start bringing that footage in as well. Also kind of want to look at music as well. I was thinking I might do music later on, but I think we kind of need to get into it now. How long is this thing going to be? It's going to be... Oh no, I'm already breaking the rules. Wait, how long is it? Oh no, it's fine. I thought it was only 15 seconds. I'm wrong. Marco, I thought I was already breaking the rules that I had to do a 30 to 60 second trailer. So at the moment, this one's sitting at 1 minute and 14 seconds. We can shave that down a little bit so that we sit within our 60 seconds. Remember, we are doing a challenge here. And if you had forgotten the rules, let me bring those rules up for you. There we go. If you're just joining us, again, welcome if you're just joining us. But these are the rules. So any genre, which I think we've picked now, we've gone kind of a dystopian future, 30 to 60 seconds, 10 to 15 videos, 2 fonts, 1 music track, 2 video templates. So we're already 1 video template down. Let's go find a music track. All right, where do we start? Let's go dark and suspenseful, dramatic and emotional. And I'm going to turn this down in my ears, but hopefully you guys can hear it.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That one's kind of cool, actually. I think that might work for our kind of grindhouse situation that we've got going on at the moment. We'll keep that. We'll try and find something very different, though, as well. Can I vote? I like Once Upon a Time in a Tuts Plus. Or Tuts Plus Obelix. I can't even say that. Maybe I don't like that one because then I can't say it. Sci-fi dystopia. Skip through a little bit here. That one's pretty epic. Dark cinematic documentary.
Audio Jungle.
It's a bit too pared back, I think. Really like this hip hop one. Although I'm not sure if I'd call that hip hop, but I guess it's, hip hop-y.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That one's okay. Not as interesting, I think. Probably too happy for what we're going for. Epic war trailer. Oh, here we go. Let's turn this up in my ears here. Speaking of Inception horns. Shout out to the chat with the Inception horns here.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
I think I really like that hip hop one. I think it's going to work for the style. We're kind of going along this grindhouse style now. So let's, what am I doing here? Let's grab this hip hop one. Chuck that there. Waiting for all of our footage to download as well. Bear with me. Bear with my internet. I'm sorry. My internet needs coffee as well as me. Might actually have a little break in about half an hour or so. I've got to get myself some coffee. You know, anyone that knows, well, I was gonna say anyone that knows me, but there's probably no one on the stream that knows me. But welcome. Let's be friends. But anyone that knows me knows I definitely run on coffee. And also I'm from Melbourne. Of course we run on coffee. So maybe that's a good time as well. Let's call it half an hour from now. It's now 6:30 a.m. for me, whatever time it is in the world for you. 7 a.m. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to grab a coffee. You guys can stretch your legs as well. It's only 5 minutes though. We'll be back very quickly. That's going to be in about half an hour. See if that's enough time for me to boil the kettle and make coffee. All right, we're going to open this driving hip hop track now. I'm going to copy these over and bring these over into my sourced assets, into audio, music, drop them there. It's really important to have a well laid out and well organized. I'm going to delete these while I think about it so that they're not there as I'm talking about organization. Cool. A really well laid out and well organized file structure. I'll show you this here, and also I'll show you it when we get into Premiere and After Effects as well. Pardon me. You can also see in After Effects, you know, they've got their file structure laid out really well, their folder structure, sorry. And then in my Finder here, the way I have it set up for my projects, so I've got my project here, and then I've got any pre-production stuff. I don't honestly use that too much because most of the time it's just me. But if I am collaborating with people, pre-production stuff's really handy to have in one central place. Any rushes and assets, so any footage that I get from going out and filming, and then any assets that I get. So I'll be putting the stock videos into this section. And then, actually, no, I won't. I lied to you. No, I'm not putting the assets, the stock footage in that section. And then in the edit here, we've got sourced assets. So that's things like your music and sound effects, footage, and any images. And then generally, any motion assets I would usually put in the motion section. Right now, because I'm kind of treating this trailer as part of the edit rather than the motion section. Like After Effects would usually go in motion, but for this one I'm doing it in edit. So that's where I've got the Grindhouse trailer in here. You could put it in source assets or whatever you've got, but I'm keeping it here just because we might use different ones throughout. So I want to keep it really, really obvious where things are. Anyway, that's just a little look into my process. Grab these ones that have finished, copy those in, and then delete those from here. Those ones didn't work. I'm going to kill those. And then we'll move that last one over here for now. Cool, so they're all the ones that we're downloading at the time. So let's go into here and download some more. Now, unfortunately, I can't remember which ones I've downloaded. So let's do this together. Cool, now we'll start getting this guy. Or girl. Got a bunch of this person. Now remember, we only need, for this template, we only need 6 different pieces of footage. So I'm going to get more than I need. It's always better to have a bit more than you need. And honestly, like, this is the perfect time to shill it. But Envato Elements is perfect for that because you get unlimited downloads. So I can just sit here and download all of the stuff that I think I might need for a project and then actually decide whether or not I use it. And yeah, for this kind of work, very, very handy to be able to have unlimited downloads when you're kind of just making something up as, like creating something as you're going. So let those ones download for now. Let's get this person here as well on the binoculars. Actually, I'll go the wider shot. I like the wider shot more. There we go. Cool. Project Phantom is where we're leaning at the moment for this vote on the name. Don't mind that. That could work really well. But make sure you do cast your votes. It's good to have everyone in the chat here. Thanks for joining us this morning. You know, we want to do a lot more of this live streaming, and we'll do it in different programs as well. It's not always going to be editing, and it's not always going to be, you know, movie trailer challenges. But we did have to have a hook to kind of get you in this morning. But yeah, like let us know as well if you want to see more. If you want to see more kind of live stream content, almost like live tutorials, I guess. You know, it's a little bit less polished than our other tutorials, but you do get to see the process, and you get to see kind of like how I work and how we do this at Envato Tuts Plus. And if you do want to see more as well, you can always subscribe to the Envato Tuts Plus YouTube channel. There's going to be plenty. It works. That's all right. Hey, look, there's some teething issues. I got it working. But yeah, you can see there the subscribe button comes up. Yeah, check out Envato Tuts Plus on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't already. We're putting up content daily, and it's really, really good content from amazing creators all around the world who will teach you how to use basically any program that you could need to use for your creative works. All right, just waiting for some stuff to download here now. Again, apologies for my internet. It definitely needs a coffee. But we're nearly there. So I think what would be interesting as well. Okay, so let's watch this through. So it starts off with this, you know, Video Hive Presents, which will change to Tuts Plus. And maybe it's like Tuts Plus and the live stream chat presents. Got to bring you guys into it as well. And then we'll have our title, I think here, or that's probably the title there. So we might do away with these ones here. So that'll save us, where are we there? 7 seconds. That'll save us about 12 seconds, which is good because we do need to cut this down a little bit. So I might drop these ones out for now, just so I can remind myself from what I'm doing. I'm just going to turn those ones off. And then, so that'll be where we've got our title for the film, which looks like Project Phantom at 40%. That's it. We're going with Project Phantom. And I don't know how to pronounce the circle, the O with the line through it. Let me know, how do you pronounce that? Do I just say Project Phantom? Let me know in the chat. And what's that one called? I know that the U with the 2 dots is an umlaut, but what's that one called? I need to be educated here. So we'll pop that in as well. I'll hopefully find a font as well that I can do that little, again, tell me how it is, but that O with the circle through it. The O with the line through it. The circle with the line through it. What am I talking about? It's too early. Good on you, Pranay, for choosing the Project Phantom, or suggesting Project Phantom and then having it chosen. I do like erg, and I think I've just realized what that is a reference to. I'm pretty sure that's our inception horns. So that's what we're going to call them from now on. They're going to be called ergs. All right, so this is where we're going to go for our title. We'll bring our media in here. And what I want to do for the first part of the media, I don't want to get into this like freeze frame section yet. What I want to actually do is have the section where we've got all of the before footage before we get into the like apocalypse section. So I think maybe so that we can get into Premiere, let's open up Premiere and play around with that in there. So I'm going to open up Premiere here. Okay, so the O with the line through it is just for style, and that's good. I like. I'm all for the style points. I'm all for the style points. All right, so let's open up a new project here. I'm just going to save it in the right place. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it a slightly different way because I have a template already. So I have a template that I do here. So I've basically made one template that I just copy over. So we're going to just call this trailer challenge. And when I open it up, you'll see what I've done here. I find this really handy to have a template that you can always just duplicate. And then when you get into your edit, you know where you're starting from every time. And what I mean by that is I've got it set up here with my camera rushes folder, which can be changed to anything you want. It could be assets. I've got sequences. So in working, which is where I'll move it to in a second, that's where I will obviously be working. In YouTube, web and wide, and then Instagram, I've got a bunch of different ones, 2K, 4K, Full HD, in both 16:9 and 235:1 aspect ratios. So we'll just be working in Full HD 16:9 for today. So I'm going to drop that into working here and just change it to, we're going to do this as the before times. And then, yeah, like I mentioned before as well, like for Instagram, I've got 2K, 4K, Full HD for 1:1, 4:5, and 9:16 aspect ratio. So this is really handy as well if you just need to quickly do something for Instagram. You've got those ready to go there, and you don't have to remake them. So highly suggest setting up a Premiere Pro project that is basically your template that you just duplicate and rename every time you start a new project, because it is super handy. You know, free tip for you from me. Okay, so this is the before time section here. Let's check on how our footage is doing, our downloads. All right, so those ones are all done there. Get those out. Let's go to our downloads folder here. Some of them come zipped, so let's unzip the ones that are zipped. And let's just kill these zips. Move all of these over into our sourced assets, footage, purchased, drop them into there, and then kill them from here. Okay, so I realized I bought a few of these in earlier. I'm gonna get rid of those so I can just bring them all in. Computer's running a little slow this morning because I'm running so many things, but you know, we'll persevere, we'll get there together. All right, so bringing in all of the footage into After Effects, and then in Premiere, gonna rename this stock footage, and we'll get rid of these two bins that are underneath, not necessary for what we're doing this morning. And we want to just bring in the before times ones. So that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and not that one. Cool. Bring those in. And then I'm just going to drop them all on the timeline here. Now, like I said before, we're working in a 1920 by 1080 timeline here. So, and again, this is my process. So please tell me if you are an editor and you are in the chat this morning, please tell me if you've got different ways of doing things. But the way I like to do resizing of content on the timeline is like this. So in the editing tab, I like to scale down to fit the frame. So then that's at 50%, rather than going right click here and you can go, where are we? Scale to frame size. The reason why I like doing that is because I've just gone right click, scale to frame size here. And in my motion tab up here in my effects controls, my scale still says 100%. So then I've got to remember, okay, if this is 4K, I can zoom up to 150% before it starts to get, degraded, or if it's, 2K or whatever, like, that way you've kind of got to remember for each piece of footage that you're using, how far you can scale before it starts to get degraded. But if you do it the other way, like I was doing earlier, if you go in here and we know that this is 4K, so drop that by 50% to fit our frame there. We now know that I can go from anywhere between 50 and 100 on this scaled input here, and that will be within my range of, resolution, and I'm not going to degrade the footage. So I know if I go to 80 here, that's going to be fine. I know if I go to 100, we're at our full resolution. And I know that even if I go to like 115 or something like that, I'm really not going to like lose too much. But if I start going to like, 160 or things like that, we're going to start seeing a little bit of degradation of the footage. So we'll go back to 50 here to fit our frame. And then we'll go along for all of this footage. It's all a little bit different. So let's just double check. That one I'm pretty sure is just 1080. It is. That one is 50 as well. What you can do instead of just doing it up here, if you know they're all going to be the same, on one that you've already changed, like this portrait here, for instance, you can right click, go copy, and then on this one here, you can right click and go paste attributes. And then depending on the different attributes the clip has, you'll have different options, but right here, motion, that's what I want to look at. And that's going to paste that same motion across. And then, for instance, if I didn't have that one there, I highlighted these, and that one's 1080 as well. So highlight these two, right click, paste attributes, motion, hit enter there. And now you can see both of those have been scaled to the right size. All right, so all of these are scaled to the right size now, and we are ready to cut a little bit of a quick kind of like succession of like before shots. So let's go back to our After Effects template here. Just checking in the comments here. People have given some good heads up about how to do things with music, which totally makes sense. And I was just about to jump into this and start to see like what we're playing with here. And you're right, I should now bring in the music. So let's bring in our music track that we downloaded here. So music, there's a few different ones here. So I'll just bring in the whole folder. There's gonna be some things in there that won't, it's not letting me do it. All right, so what do we want? I guess how long's the short one? 1 minute. That's exactly what we want actually. So let's bring that in. We'll bring that in there. Cool, and then we'll drop that onto here. Now I don't really like doing audio stuff in After Effects. I'll do it in a pinch, but it's not great. So I'm only doing this to kind of get a bit of an idea of what it's what's going to sound like. And remember, we're going to cut that bit out, I think. I think that track works actually really well. That's super cool. So let's see where this is going to start. So I think what I'm going to do is this part will come into here, and then when that drops down, we'll go into our quick succession of the before times. And probably when that beat kicks in, there, that's when we'll go into our title, and then from once that title finishes, that's when we get into our kind of post-apocalyptic stuff. Actually, maybe we need a little bit more in here, so maybe we have this, and then in this section here, I'll turn this back on, we can make this like, ooh, I don't know. Actually, okay, so my thought process here, what I was thinking of just then was, where do I start getting some of the story into it? So it's like, that classic, like, in a world where everything's, gone to hell, and now we're, in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Like, how do we get that story in there? And part of this this tutorial, part of this template here, you've got the plugins where it says no plugins here, and then you've got this section here, tutorial included, all that kind of stuff. I can reuse that. That's all the text. All of the text is already there for me to use. So I think that's a really good spot to use that kind of stuff. So what I will do is I'm gonna bring this in and probably spend, let's say I want 10 seconds. 10 seconds right there. So with the music. Okay, so it's on that first beat there. So this will stay. So it's on that, yeah, okay, I know where it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring that track into Premiere. That's the one that we used. I'm just gonna bring this down so it doesn't blow everyone's eardrums out. Perfect. So, ignoring this for the second. That's what we want. That's the beat that it's going to start on. So I'm just going to add a cut into there. And I've got some different key bindings on my Premiere. One thing that I really, really like and I use all the time, which is not standard, but it's the first thing I change anytime I get a new iteration of Premiere, is I have a thing called Add Edit, and I've got it bound to my H key. So you can see here with anything that has this targeting toggled, if I hit H, it's going to put a cut through exactly where I had my playhead, and it's going to put it through no matter where I am. So I find this really good to just quickly cut things up, and you do that by going to up into your keyboard shortcuts up here. If you're not familiar with Premiere Pro, it's very customizable, and what you're looking for is Add Edit. And you can see here I've got it key bound to H. A really handy one that I've used basically for my entire sort of like editing career. I don't know, just a handy little tip. You might hate it, but you also might love it. So give it a shot. So what I'm looking for here is that first beat, that beat there. And then we're looking for about 10 seconds, I think. Although it probably works really well to do it on this beat here. So how long is this sitting? That's gonna be, if I hover my mouse over it, 5 seconds. Okay, it might be a bit quick. But in the context of it, video comes up, quick video, title. Yeah, I think that could work. Let's roll with that. Oh, good call, 1K Studio official. So yeah, start with someone close up, eye contact, and then zoom out. I think actually maybe this one works well because actually maybe this one because it's quite serious, and then we can, oh, let's see if this one works, because if we can go, we can kind of like start real close up on this and then zoom out. That could work really well. Yeah, like around about there. Just gonna trim that. And we'll zoom in a little bit. And I might do a little bit of speed ramping with this as well, actually, because we've only got a very short amount of time to do this in. So speed ramping, if you're not familiar, is basically going from slow to fast to slow again in some form or another. There's actually a video up on the Envato Tuts Plus channel that I did very recently in DaVinci Resolve speed ramping. So if you want to learn more about that and how to actually get slow motion from footage that wasn't shot in a high frame rate, using some AI and things that are built into DaVinci Resolve. Go check that out. Marco, if you want to post that in the chat, that would be fantastic. And I kind of go through a little bit more about what speed ramping is in detail there. So I want to start the ramp from probably about here and get nice and fast up to there. Just dragging that up. So it's going to go, it's probably a bit too quick. And then I also want to ease this a little bit as well. So drag these handles out a little bit and then give this a little bit of a curve. Let's see. Yeah, that's cool. And I'll cut it here. But like you said in the chat, let's start with a little bit more zoomed in on his eyes here and bring this open again so that I can see where this happens, because I want to zoom out kind of as we speed ramp as well. So we want to land the zoom out there. We want to start the zoom in there. So let's go 100%. Oops. And then we also want to change our position as well throughout. So let's add some keyframes there. And we'll move the eyes to center frame. Maybe slightly above center. Yeah, that's the, oh. I think that looks good there. Let's just see how it looks. We might need to do some easing on those keyframes there. I think a little quick zoom at the start here might actually be good as well. So let's go from 0 to 50, other way around, I mean. Don't think that works very well. Let's kill that first zoom. Not working for us. I kind of like this really weird off framing on this one. I'm going to put this elsewhere though. This one I think will work better next to it. So let's just try this. That's cool with a bit of slow-mo there with the guy's hair. Go here as well. I like the part where she's smiling. So what I can do here as well is find where I want that beat to finish, cut this, and then if I hit Y on my keyboard, it's going to bring up, I believe, what is called the slip tool, and then I can just slip this piece of footage underneath to find what I want. I'm basically just clicking and dragging here. I want want to drag it back because I want it to like look and smile. Just a little hint there, which is good. And we might do a zoom here. Let's see if that works. I think it looks pretty good at the moment, but we'll see if the zoom works. And we'll keep her framed to the hard right there. Now that obviously looks a little bit dopey because there's no like easing or anything. So what we can do here, the easing in Premiere doesn't work nearly as well as it does in After Effects, but you can fudge it a little bit. So let's do that here. So just dropping down these little arrows on here. And we want to add a little ease. So if you just click on one of the keyframes here, it's going to give you these little handles. Pull down here, stretch it out. And I like to keep the playhead in the same position so I can then do it for the zoom as well. So stretch it out to there. And that's just going to add a curve. And if you try to match it the same, again, this is not an exact science. There we go. Let's see if this works a bit better. Not really. I actually don't think the zoom works on this one, so I'm going to kill the zoom. Because remember, this is going to be sitting within all of this as well. It's not just by itself. It's going to be very affected. So we don't have to do a huge amount. So chat is saying start the second clip zoomed in as well. Or maybe just do a slow zoom across this. So let's see. Bring it to about 80. Nah, that's probably too much. Go 65. Definitely looks like a digital zoom and not a like a camera movement. So let's pull that back a little bit. See if we can just add a little bit of a curve there just to make it feel a little bit more interesting. If not, we can play around with this in After Effects as well. That looks kind of interesting. Again, remember, we're going to have all of this kind of stuff around it as well. This is just preliminary, getting stuff in there. So after this girl here, we'll get, I think, the child as well. I really like that one where she like turns around because it's like, oh no, something's about to happen. And I've just had a bit of an idea. Why don't we have like a... Someone said an explosion in the chat before. I think maybe let's not go explosion, but maybe like some kind of like thunder or lightning or a cloud or something a bit ominous, so that like when we see that, then we kind of get a, all right, this is the end of the before times. All right, so that's going a little bit longer than I wanted it to, but that's totally fine because we'll make this work in After Effects. It's going to disable those for a second. I am just going to export this as a piece of content as its own video because I feel like I'm going to be able to work with that better in After Effects. You can do a bunch of things like dynamic linking and bringing all this into its own After Effects composition. Works really well a lot of the time. I'm not going to do it for my purposes this morning. Right now, I'm just going to export this as a piece of content. Let's make sure I've put that in the right folder here. and then jump into down here. Now I've got use maximum render quality ticked. I've done a video on this a month or two ago now, where if you are doing anything in the timeline where you're changing, like we're changing the scale or the position, you want to check use maximum render quality. There's a whole background of why this works in certain places and does absolutely nothing in other places. Definitely go and check that video out. I'll see if I can get Marco to post it in the chat. It's pretty interesting, and most of the reason why it's there and works sometimes and doesn't work other times is just because of like historically how Premiere has been built, and how the program handles kind of the interplay between using your graphics card and then your CPU as well to render different things. Long story short though, keep it checked if you've done any changes in your FX controls panel in Premiere, and then you'll have a good time. Someone's added some comments here about you can add some film dissolve and things like that. I think that's definitely what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a few more transitions and things like that from After Effects. Right now, I'm just going to drop this into the trailer because we can always come back and we can add little things into that. I'm just going to drop this into here and see how we're going. But like I said, it's a little bit past. It's 7 a.m. for me here. I'm just going to quickly rip up and grab a coffee. I reckon everyone can take a break for about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to be back down. We'll bring this into After Effects, and then we'll continue with cutting this trailer. Thanks so much for being here with us this morning. This is great. We've got heaps of people watching and commenting in the chat. Really, really enjoying all of your comments and help with me in this challenge. Let's get some coffee into me, and then we'll keep on keeping on. Alrighty, and I'm back, guys. All is right in the world. I have coffee. Look at that. It's nice and steamy. I don't know if you can see it. Well, there we go. Nice and steamy coffee. And I've just realized I've spilled some on my desk. What a grub. Totally fine though. All right. Thanks for bearing with me there. Like I said, for those of you who are just joining now, I'm in Melbourne. I'm in Australia. It's just starting to get light outside. It's 7 a.m. or a bit after 7 a.m. We're currently 2 hours, just under 2 hours into this live stream editing challenge. Again, for those who are just joining us, let's pop up the rules. Here it is. Let's do the rules right here. There we go. I got to move over. Perfect. So we're cutting a trailer here. It can be any genre. We're doing kind of a thriller, post-apocalyptic situation. 30 to 60 seconds, 10 to 15 videos, 2 fonts, 1 music track, which we've already found, and 2 video templates, which we've already got 1 of so far. So how about we just continue on where we were? So at the moment, what we've got going on is this section here, where we have our before times, and then we're starting to get a little look here with this girl like, oh no, something's wrong. And I think we might need some kind of like explosion or I don't know, something, explosion? I don't know. Tell me in the chat. Explosion, I don't know, thundercloud, I don't know, something dark, something ominous. We'll jump back into elements and have a look at that very shortly. I also really like, 1K Studio Official. Thanks for being very active in the chat, by the way. Really appreciate it. Really like the hip-hop music that I found as well. And it's kind of weird. It's like this driving, like hip-hop almost. Let's play it right now. Enable this. Almost like rocky. It feels very, very in keeping with this Grindhouse Tarantino vibe that we're going for. Okay, so we're moving into this now. I'm going to bring in this piece of footage that I just exported from Premiere. Where are we? There we go, the before times. And so what I think is, all right, so we're going this section. Don't know if I can turn the audio down here. Here I can. There you go. Like I said before, I don't really like doing audio in After Effects. This is just for us to kind of get an idea. I think you guys can still hear that. Yeah, you should be able to. Great. Still going to drop it down a little bit more. -20. How about that? All right, so we're gonna have it open up like this, and we'll have Tuts Plus and the chat presents, and then we'll get into our footage here of the before times, and it's da-da-da-da-da-da, and then we'll have the part that comes in that's a little bit like ominous, and then the title of the film will come in, which we're calling, am I wrong? I think it's Project Phantom. Is that what it was? I'm scrolling back up the chat here. That's what it was, Project Phantom, with the little fancy O, which I've got to work out how to do. Can someone in the chat tell me how to do that on a Mac keyboard? How to make that O nice and fancy like that? Oh, that coffee's really hot. Maybe not what you needed to hear this morning. Maybe we'll do a little ASMR video with me drinking coffee into the microphone. No one wants that. We're not bringing ASMR videos to Tuts Plus, or maybe we are. I don't know if you really want it. All right, let's keep going. So we've brought this in here before time. So if you are just joining us, this is all the footage that we got from Envato Elements as well. So you can grab those now, and as well as that, yeah, Marco has popped in the chat a couple of times. We have a live trailer challenge live stream collection on Envato Elements. So any of this footage that you are seeing, you can grab right now, including the songs, including the trailer templates that we're using right now. Perfect. All right, so enough stuffing around. So this is our main comp that we're using here. We think we're not going to use these. We've got them turned off here, but I can also hide them as well. So I've just hidden those there. Now, if you don't know this little hidey guy here, actually, I want to undo that. Gonna undo that there. Not gonna use the hidey guy, and I'll explain why later. But I'm just gonna turn them off for now, and maybe I'll move them to the top here so that I can then drag them to the end, and we can use those later on. So we're bringing our before times in. So let's bring our before times in here, and then bring them to here. Zoom in a little bit. See, now let's go back to Premiere for a second. And I'm going to turn the music off. And let's look at this. We go, all right, this looks okay. Like we've done a few effects. We've got a little zoom in, speed ramp, got that little push in there, and that. And it looks fine. All the footage is a little bit different, and it's it kind of needs a consistent color grade, but it's all fine. But then if we go back into here and we look at it with all of this template stuff all over it, it looks so cool. Like, look at that. So much grunge. It looks really cool. I really like that. So what I do want to get in is this like kind of ominous sense of whatever that's going to happen just before here. And then from that, we'll probably do a second or two of that, and we'll go into titles. And then we'll go, yeah, so this will be where it says Project Phantom, and we'll get into changing those in a second. But let's see if we can find something here. If you've got any suggestions in the chat as to what I should search here to try and find something, we'll go on this journey together. All right, so let's just do Thundercloud. Thundercloud, maybe lightning. Oh, this one's kind of cool. It's a little bit fake looking for what I'm looking for. That could be cool. I think that would look all right with all of this on. Let's add it to the list. Not sure why. I'm not able to add right now, but that's fine. We'll just download, and then we can add that to it later on. I'm not a robot. Here we go. Traffic lights. Let's play along together. Guys, you know I'm not a robot now. Apparently it thinks I'm a robot. All right, something's going on here. Let's just refresh elements, and we'll do this again. Cool. Lightning. Thunder. Cool, that's what I had before. Perfect. All right, we're back. We're cooking with gas. If, in the immortal words of the IT crowd, have you tried turning it off and on again? If at first you don't succeed, just shut it down and start again. And that will happen probably with Premiere Pro and After Effects throughout this. Actually, you know what? I should probably just do a little Command S there and a little Command S on there. We all know what it's like. Oh, there we go. I haven't even saved this one. So bring this into here. Grindhouse Trailer 1 converted. I'm just going to make that O2 just so we've got our sequential in order. Just going to check out the chat here for a second. Alt-Shift-O on Windows. I don't know what on Mac, but shouldn't be much different to try. All right, let me, how about I just bring up a text edit right now and see if we can do this fun O. What do we say? Alt-Shift, I'm going to try Command-Shift-O. Option-Shift-O. Option-Shift-O, perfect. There we go. Option-Shift-O. Thank you, Pranay in the chat there. Look at that. Look at that. We're getting fancy. What was that? Option Shift O. Okay. I'll remember that for later on. Don't need to keep that. I really like 1K Studio Official. You've mentioned monster trucks a few times here. We'll see. We'll see if we can get monster trucks in there. All right, I downloaded that footage. Let's go to downloads here, bring that in like we've done before. Sourced assets, footage, purchased. Drop that in there. I'm gonna kill it out of here so it's not doubling up. And then I'm gonna bring that into After Effects. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pre-comp both of these. We could call this before times. That way we've just got a little bit more control over things here. I like to just make sure these are trimmed down nicely. It's just the way I like working. So go into this before times pre-comp here. Yeah, this is going to look good. So we'll start it just when that first light beam hits there. And just there, that's gonna work well. Look at this, and bang. Cool. And that can probably play, yeah, that'll hopefully fade underneath. If we go back to our main comp here, that will hopefully fade underneath our title sequence here. So, boom, boom, boom. Titles come up there. Perfect. Look at that. That looks great. All right. So I'll just play that through. You know what it needs though? It needs a sound effect. And I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but you know, it's my live stream. I can do what I want. No, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but you know, you kind of want to, you kind of want to start to get a feeling of it all. We've talked about this for 2 hours now, and we're just getting into the actual editing part of it. We've got a pretty good idea, I think, of what we want to make. So yeah, I think it's only fair that we can get some sound effects in here. It's a bit too heavy. Haha. Okay, 1K studio official. Okay, I get the monster truck Mad Max thing now. I understand. Maybe we'll try and find a truck that feels a little bit more like, yeah, Mad Maxy. I don't know, like Waterworld. Maybe Dune, like that more high tech, but in the desert.
Audio Jungle.
That one's kind of cool. It's a bit rumbly. Just gotta watch it again to see how long it's gonna go. Okay, so it's not very long at all. So something like this could work. Or you know what I'm gonna use too? I'm gonna take this one and I'm gonna take this one, and we'll just layer them. Now I will do the sound design later on in Premiere Pro, but for the sake of this, I'll do it in After Effects so I can kind of get a feel for it, and then we'll bring the sound design back into Premiere Pro later on. Okay, we'll get those out of here. So now we'll go audio and into sound effects there. Into After Effects. I'd be interested as well to hear other people's input as well. Again, this is really just my process. This is a project I've not done before. I'm making this up as I go. You're watching me kind of work this out. You're going to see a lot of my process in here. Generally, I probably work more as an editor, so I spend more time in Premiere, but I think for this one, because we're using a template here to help us out, I'm going to spend more time in After Effects. But yeah, kind of working out that round trip between After Effects, Premiere Pro, and eventually DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, it's all a bit of fun. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you've got sort of different ways of working and things that you think maybe I should try out, or just handy tips. Hello, Design Techno. Not everyone gets a shout out when they ask for it, but I looked at the right time, so shout out. So I'm going to drop the thunder in here just to get a feel for it. Actually, sorry, I want to do that in our before times subcomp, pre-comp. Cool, so that's one, and then this other one here. Cool, and now if we go back to our main comp here, obviously that's pretty loud, but we'll play with the sound design later on. I might do a title here eventually as well that's like, in the beginning or something like that. And then we go, and then we have, let's do this now. We're going to go into this and we're going to change this. So, so what are we calling this? We're calling this project. Actually, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's no, let's use the font that's in here. Let's use the font that's in here. Project Phantom, and we've got to do that. Hopefully it works. Yes, look at that. Perfect. And now if we go back to our main, hopefully that's come through. I've got to take caps lock off. Project Phantom, look at that. Even with the fancy O as well. We love to see it. We love to see it. Gonna go back into these text layers now and play around with that a bit because we've got some different media on here as well. I think what I will do, clicking through this, so media 6, media 5. So it's got like all the different media in here. I don't want to have all of our different media in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide those, and I'm going to just keep media 1, and media 1 of course is what's going to be in this section as well. So it's going to play through a little bit here, and then we've got to drag this down as well. You got to explain more about what a tech intro is there, Design Techno. We're all a bit confused. So media 1's going to be here. So media 1's going to play underneath and then play into this. So let's see how that works. And now we're getting into the old world. Sorry, the post-apocalyptic world. So do you think we go with like the ominous kind of antagonist straight out of the gate, or do we go with our protagonists who are like trying to survive? Oh, that looks cool. Ready? All right, so come out Project Phantom. Obviously, we're going to have to work out what's happening with this little freeze frame effect. Freeze frame mask here. So I think we just have to move that mask over. Okay, that makes sense. We just have to move that mask over our talent here. Yeah, cool, that makes sense. So what I actually want to do is, this is the fun thing as well, by the way. I'll bring this camera up so I can talk to you. This is the fun thing about using these After Effects templates that people have made and put on Envato Elements. And again, you can get all of the assets at Envato Elements. But yeah, the fun thing about this is someone else's work. And for the most part, these are laid out really, really well. And you can find your way around it. And like this one is no... yeah, this one is a great example of that. But also there comes a bit of a learning curve. Like you haven't made this project. You don't know where things are laid. You don't know what's talking to what. You don't know what nulls are talking to each other. So, you know, we're learning this together. Got to bear with me. I'm going to have to do a lot of clicking around to work out what's linked and what's not. And then, I don't know, we kind of work it out together. But so far it's looking pretty cool. Coffee. All right, so let's just look through from the top again. I want to make sure I'm not... Well, let's change this as well so that we know what we're working with. Okay, we can do that stuff later on. I guess this is the main text. Let's do... How about we do... This is a shout out to you guys. The chat. The chat presents. Perfect. All right, so the chat presents... I think this one is in association with Audio Jungle. We'll do this with Tuts Plus. Let's see if I can actually see that. This is the fun thing about doing these kind of edits because, you know, at the start it looks like a whole bunch of random disparate assets, but as you kind of go further, it starts to come together. So I'll just make this full quality here so we can see it. But we've got in association with Envato Tuts Plus, the chat presents a live stream editing challenge, and then music composed by. Let's drop the music composed by. We don't need that one for now. That is going to be. What layer is that on? I think that might be a different one. Yes, I think that's the... This is the fun of trying to work out where everything is. Text 1.4, is that it? Yes, that's it. I wonder what else is in that one. It's just that one. Okay, cool. We can kill that one. I don't want it. Killing that one. Cool. Oh, wow. Well, I was complaining about it being early and needing coffee for me, but thanks for joining us from Pakistan at 1:34 or 1:39 a.m. in the morning. Much appreciated, guys. Anyway, getting back to it. I'm going to pull this back down to a quarter here so that we can actually scrub through. So then we come into this section, maybe just like have a title there that's like in the beginning. We have this like shot here. Project Phantom comes up. I think maybe we don't want to get to this guy just yet. I think we need something else there first. Maybe a bit more of like that desert landscape, just like a establishing shot. So let's find, did I just say desert landscape? No, desert, great. And we could probably use a photo for this. This is where different types of stock will come in. I don't want one with a human in it. Although this one could look kind of cool. Try. Whoops, empty. No, I did write desert. Empty desert. Maybe this one. This one looks all right. Cool. Add that to our collection and also download it. I'm going to drag this one out for the time being, and then I think I'm just going to put a new one in here, which will be this. Do that in a silly way. Drag it in here first. Come on, computer. I know you got a lot going on right now. There we go, perfect. All right, so I'll drop that in around here. Computer is struggling right now. Let's just oh, I understand what's happened. It dropped it in over the top and I didn't even realize. Silly. All right, here we go. Cool, so there's like a bit of a desert wasteland here. Which I actually think I want this image to be what's happening in Media 1 as well. Although we want this in later, so let's just increase the scale of this guy for a second. Because we want that mask to come in soon. Do we like this all in one line like this, or do we want it to have a line break? Let's see what it looks like. It turns out running a live stream, having After Effects and Premiere open at the same time not fantastic for my computer, but we'll persevere on. We'll persevere on, guys. All right, so that's there. Let's just, oops. Cool, that works. Let's just put this in the middle. If we go back to our main section here, let's see if that works. I think it's okay. Tell me in the chat what you think. Do you reckon Project Phantom should be 1 line or 2? I can make this a little bit bigger as well. Let's get the scale cranked up on that. That's going to bring the whole thing up. Let's just bring the text up. Handy thing as well, I think earlier on in the stream this morning I mentioned I use a plugin called Motion 2. Really handy for changing your anchor point nice and quickly. So if you click over here, so basically I want the anchor point to be in the center for this. Just hit center, and now it's moved the anchor point to the center, which is super handy. And then if we go here, we can just align it all. Back out to the main one, let's see what this looks like now. Perfect. I think that looks pretty good. I like the double lines. Save, save, save. Yeah, good call. Save. We've got people thinking 1 line. I'm going to leave it for 2 lines for now, but I can always go back to 1 line. I think 2 lines just allows us to see more of it. And you're right, I reckon I'm going to go in and change the O to the fancy O as well in project. Cool, looks good. All right, moving on into this next section. We need to start thinking of some titles that are going to come up here so that we can move into the, I guess the storyline of this trailer here. Is this our footage with the lone guy? It is, great. We'll add a little bit of movement to this. Wonder if we can just do like a little camera shake effect or something. That's a bit too hectic, but we will pull this down. So what have we got? Wiggle speed 1, wiggle amount. Let's move it down to 20. Just going for a bit of a handheld look on this. And we'll have a title there. We'll work out what that title is going to be later on. So that's all right. And then this guy's going to get freeze framed here. So we need to go in and work out this freeze frame mask. It'll be frozen there, so we need to freeze it around our guy. I wonder if I should make a new mask on this completely, or probably should make a new mask. Let's make a new mask. And we'll just get our pen tool up here. Good night, Design Techno. Thank you for staying up. Bring this up to full res so I can actually see what I'm doing. I'm just going to do this relatively rudimentarily. We've got a lot of like grunge and things like that, so this doesn't have to be perfect. It's not like we're trying to like actually rotoscope on this. It just needs to be the general outline of this guy. And we can cut a few things off, like I don't need this thing hanging down. I could be wrong. I might eat my words in a minute, but we'll see how we go. And then I'm just going to roughly go around the bottom here because I think it will zoom in. Get his little antenna up here. Again, it's not a perfect mask, I know, but I'm not trying to make it perfect. Let's bring this out. So in theory, if I go back to my main scene now, that should be that. Great, so let's see what it's like when he's walking up. And I think what we can do is, so this comes in like this. We've got different footage of this guy. Where are we? I reckon maybe, let's drag this a little bit closer and then we'll go back into this. I'm going to redo that mask, but you'll understand why in a second. So kill that mask for now. Bring in this tighter shot. Sorry, I've got to go into media one here. Bring in this tighter shot here. And then, so now it's going to play like this. We've got the wider shot, which I also just realized he's like just starting his walk there. So we're going to drag that down so he's already walking. Nothing worse than seeing a piece of footage where the director has clearly just called action and you know that the actor's like, anyway. Yeah, always pays to kind of move your footage around a little bit just to kind of get a bit more a natural look. You want to cut on the movement. So there we go, we're moving there and then we have that. It's kind of funny because he has a different gun, but I think this will look really cool because it's going to freeze frame there. So let's find a better shot for this to freeze frame on. Oh, that's cool. So like, let's pull that up there. Freeze frame on that. That's gonna look great. All right, cool. So now we're gonna go back into the freeze frame mask here. Frame will be frozen there. Let's grab our pen tool and we'll zoom in and we'll get this mask going again. Anyone who has to go to bed, who can't stay up, that's totally fine. You can watch the rest of this stream. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, it'll be ready to rewatch. Not live, but it'll be ready to rewatch and you can see where we got to. Only a few hours left to go now to get this challenge done. So yeah, please don't stay up if you've got to go to bed and get up early for work in the morning. You can always watch the replay of it later on. I think this is going to be a much better mask here. So let's pull this around. Can't believe that coffee's already done. Sad. Someone mentioned in the chat to put this behind the movie title. The reason why I'm not going to do that, and I'll show you when I finish this mask so I don't mess it up, is because that movie title has this kind of big, like, grungy splash over it, so you're not actually going to see much. I don't want to waste any of the good footage that I've got by having it hidden behind that movie title. That was my thinking there. So there might be new people in the chat as well. While I'm making this mask, let me put the rules up of what we're doing this morning. So we're making a movie trailer. Sorry about that. Accidentally hit the wrong button. We're making a movie trailer out of stock footage here. And those are the rules. I don't know if anyone in the chat has much experience using OBS, which is the streaming software that I'm using now and a lot of people use. But I've learnt a lot in the last couple of weeks getting ready for this stream, and I think I'm going to do some tutorials about how to do things like getting these little lower thirds, like animated lower thirds and stuff to come up. Because although it was relatively straightforward, it was also kind of tricky. So if you think that would be interesting, and if you do a little bit of live streaming yourself on YouTube or on Twitch or things like that, yeah, let us know in the chat if you'd be interested to know more about how to use OBS and how to set your streams up using custom animations and things like that that you've made in After Effects and or even Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve or whatever it is that you're using. It's relatively simple, but I couldn't find a huge amount of information out there, especially for Mac users. There's a lot more information for the PC version, which seems to be a bit more, I guess, spec'd out. But for Mac users, yeah, not as much. But happy to put that information out there if people think it's interesting. Getting down to the tiny parts of the mask here, which is really annoying. There we go, we've closed our mask. I'm just going to feather the mask a little bit. I know it doesn't really matter because we've got all the grunge on there, but let's just give it like a, I don't know, like a 5 pixel. There, maybe a little bit more. And then we'll bring the mask expansion into negative, so we cut off any of the outside. There we go. That's what that looks like. I think that'll look fine once I go into the main one here. And there we go. That looks super cool. All right, so let's just play that through, see where we're at. There'll be a title there. So obviously that title is gonna be there as well. We need to start thinking about what that's gonna say. We'll work that out along the way. I don't think no plugins works. But I really like how it then comes back down. That works super cool. And then I guess from there, I think I want to bring in our protagonists. So we'll go into Media 2 here. Oh, there's a lot in this one. Let's just close a few things down. In Scene 6 here. So there's a lot happening. What I can do now in After Effects, I can go into the different scenes, the different edit things here. I'm pretty sure if I go into Media and go into Media 2, I can find directly where that's going to be. Yeah, I can. So let's put our footage in there. Let's get... I think this kid sitting on the box is quite interesting. And again, we want to have a couple of shots in here and then this will freeze frame on that. So I think I've got another one of him dragging the box. Yeah, I do. Great. So now we're starting to like weave the story a little bit. All right. So what's this kid doing dragging a box through the desert? see what that looks like here. Again, we'll get our mask happening on this one. Now I've got to find out where all of these masks live. So media 2. And then the masks are going to be in here. So let me click on that. Freeze frame mask, here we go. Which is locked, must be this one. Yeah, cool, here we go. Like I said before, when you're working in someone else's project file, like we do with the Envato Elements assets here, you kind of need to spend some time going through and, working out where everything lands and where everything's kind of laid out. But it's fine. Like for the most part, our authors do a really fantastic job at making sure all of these project files are really well laid out, simple, so that you can get in and you can basically do this as quick as possible. I'm doing this in 5 hours. Marco, let us know in the chat how I'm doing, how much longer I've got. But I think I'm going to get this done. We're starting to look good. So right now I need to kill these masks and make new masks, but I'm just trying to work out. So we've got one here that's like an addition and one that's a subtraction, but I don't think that one's, it's this one. Okay, because that makes sense. I don't need this. For what I'm going to do, I just need to mask around this guy here. So I'm going to, again, get our pen tool and start this mask. I'm going to bring this up to full res so that I can actually see what I'm doing. Zooming in here. It's quite nice footage. Just thinking about how I'm going to color grade this as well, because it's all going to be a lot of mixed media. I think I've got an idea, but bear with me. We'll get to that later on. Maybe I'll regret my decision later on, but I've got a thought. Now I've got a mask around this kid's hair, which is kind of annoying. I'm going to do it relatively roughly, just because I know that there's a lot of grunge textures on here. So forgive my very quick masking, but I think you'll see that it actually works all right. Onto his neck here. Zoom in a little bit more. So if you're wondering, I'm just using the key tools here. So G is for your pen tool, H is to click and drag, back to G as well. It's a really fast workflow for making quick masks in After Effects. Again, I know that this is not a fantastic mask, but it doesn't need to be. And that's the thing. You've got to work smart, not hard. And we only have a certain amount of time to do this. So 90% is more than acceptable. I mean, we could spend forever if we wanted to make this perfect. You can see here I'm cutting out some things like his bangles and this little bit of leather, I think, from his hand, because it's not going to be necessary in what we're doing. And it's just going to choke up time. I will go around his laces though, because that'll be pretty obvious if we miss those. I'm not going to make extra masks in here and bring out his laces. If I had 10 hours to make this challenge, maybe I would. But I don't. I've got 5 hours. And not even that. I've got much less time left. Two 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. We're getting there. Oh, there we go. I think I can do this, guys. What do you think? Do you believe in me? Hopefully. I think we did a poll earlier on what are some other live streams that you might want to watch. We're definitely planning on doing a lot more live streams on the Envato Tuts Plus channel. But you know, we want to make sure we're doing it with purpose. We want to make sure that we're doing it, you know, the way that you guys want to see it. And bringing interesting content to the channel. Please make sure you're subscribed to the Envato Tuts Plus channel as well. You know, don't miss out on all of this great content that we've got planned. Just gonna mask this a little bit more. Sorry, feather this a little bit more, and then I'm gonna bring the expansion into negative. There we go, that looks awful. I've done that feather way too much. So let's bring that back to a 5, and then we'll release this mask expansion more. Cool, that works-ish. All right, go back into the main one here. And yeah, you can see there's moments, I'm gonna bring this into full res so you can see, there's moments here around his shoelaces, which in hindsight, don't look very good. So I am actually gonna go back in and add an extra mask in that and invert that so that we can get rid of it. I'm not gonna worry about his hair though, I don't think. Let's see. I could spend a lot of time on that, so we're not gonna worry about it. But down here on his shoelaces, we are gonna worry about it. And let's get into that now. And this is the thing, sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you can't. So you've just got to kind of feel it out as you go. I've just done a shape layer. What am I doing? Got to click on this, make sure it's selected. And there we go, we're making a new mask. Thank you, autosave. Much appreciated. So I want to subtract that mask there. Creating another new one here. We also can do the live streams at different times as well. We're experimenting. So this one we've done early morning Australian time. And I think we're sort of mid-morning in the US and elsewhere around that area of the world. But I think we're pretty early in the morning for our friends over in India and Pakistan who were in the chat earlier. So if you do want us to do more time zone friendly ones for your area of the world, please let us know. We'll do what we can. Plus it means then, you know, potentially if I do some more India friendly times, it means I can do it in my afternoon and and not at 5 o'clock in the morning. But I'll do it whenever. I'll do it at 2 o'clock in the morning if it works. Let's zoom out here and see where we're at. So those masks, I mean, it looks pretty grungy there, but let's see what it looks like in the actual main comp. And we'll let that load. That looks much better. You know, it could be better, but we're not going to worry too much about that. We could be here literally all day if we keep trying to make that perfect. So we're going to keep moving on here. I'm just going to check the chat. I don't know. Nothing new in there. Okay, so that's happening there. That looks cool. Kid's dragging the box. What's he doing? I think maybe we need some cool like character names for this. I'm thinking as these titles come up. So we've got like, we'll have a title there, but as this comes up, it could be like, you know, the baddie, the kid. I don't know. Leave some comments in the chat. Think about what we could call these. So then that goes back to there. When that comes back, actually, I want it to be different footage. So I'm gonna find where that was. I think it's in here. So it's going to come back from here, I think. So let's, have we got more footage of this kid? I can't remember. We don't, but what I can potentially do is reuse this, bring it up, and we can get a bit of a zoom going in on here. And let's put a little bit of a wiggle on that just to give a bit of a handheld motion. Bring that down to 20 or so. And let's see if that's actually worked for me. And then straight after that, we're going to bring in our next piece of footage. Cool. All right, I think that's looking all right at the moment. Let's just take stock where we're at. It's going to play through a little bit choppy, just because we're rendering so much in this project right now. Oh, it's too choppy. Let's just scrub through it. So we've got the chat presents, and maybe we can have, you know, in the before times, or you know, life was good. Maybe life was good. That could work. Life was good until Project Phantom. Project Phantom, I don't know, maybe Project Phantom was some kind of like government weather control system or something. I don't know. We've got to have some lore here that gets us into the post-apocalyptic world. Maybe the titles are Life Was Good Until It Wasn't. And then we go here, and we have like introducing this guy, you know, the kid, and then whatever we have in this one. So let's get into Media 3 here. Actually, I'm going to go into our project and go into our Media 3. So Media 3, we want to bring in this protagonist lady. I think this one will be cool to do the freeze frame on. Let's go scale that down. I think the freeze frame there will look cool. So it's going to drag that to here, which means we need a little more footage in the start, which will get a wider establishing shot of her. And cut that there. And I'll scale that down a bit because we want it to be a wide. Scale that too much, 50%. Stoking the fire there. And then we'll freeze frame. Cool. That freeze frame is going to work. Close all of these so I know what I'm working with. So in the main one here, this is scene 7. We've got media 3. And then it will freeze frame. So we'll go into the freeze frame mask here. This is where it's going to freeze frame. We'll do exactly what we've done before. Kill this mask. Make a new mask. Actually, we'll do this again on full. So again, I'm just going to do a quick mask around this. we've seen already that I can be relatively crude with this mask. It doesn't need to be perfect because we're working with so much grunge texture, which is, it's good. The grunge can, you know, hide the crimes. Hide the crimes of your work, which no one's ever going to see. You're always going to see it. You'll be your own biggest critic, as I am. But anywhere that you can, work fast and hide the crimes and still make a really high quality piece of work, you should do that. You should always work smart, not hard. That's definitely my motto with editing. I had one of my first bosses in the film and TV industry at a production company in Melbourne here. He instilled into me that, you know, and this doesn't work for everything, but for the type of work we were doing, 90% and go. If it's at 90%, the extra 10% effort that we're going to spend making it perfect, no one's ever going to notice it. If it's at 90%, then it's pretty much good to ship. And now, you know, things like spelling mistakes and stuff like that, that doesn't count. That's not 90%. But, you know, if you've got an edit and, you know, the difference between spending another 2 or 3 working days on it is just to get that 10%, or it's already looking fantastic and it's 90%. I don't know. Maybe you agree with that. Maybe you don't. I know there's a lot of perfectionists in the film and TV industry, in the editing, motion graphics, illustrating industries as well, who probably would maybe not agree 100% with my 90% and go mentality there. But for things like this, especially when you've got a deadline, most of the time, your clients, your peers, they're not going to see these little mistakes that you're going to see. Like, for instance, right now, if I deselect this so you can see, that mask looks pretty janky. But if I go into here, because of what we're doing, the whole thing's grungy. You don't need the mask to be perfect. I've said this a few times, but yeah, that's how I like working. That's kind of my style. So now we've established this person here. A little bit of movement in. Actually, I think the shot is quite nice with the dolly in here, but we're in this kind of like desert post-apocalyptic world. If I play this back, this is just a beautiful little dolly shot. I've got to jump into media 3, sorry. A beautiful little dolly shot. But in a I know that's fake, it's filmmaking, but in a post-apocalyptic world, would there be dollies? So I'm just going to add a little bit of a handheld movement to it, like I did before with the wiggle. I'm going to drop it down to 20. And this is just going to make it feel a little bit more organic, hopefully, rather than you know, really crisp and clean. Because this is a dirty, grungy piece. It's not crisp and clean. And already that looks a lot better. And then this should go back into her screaming. Yep. And then we want to bring in the next piece of media pretty quickly. And again, I think it's going to be her. So we'll jump into media 4. We're going to do a freeze frame again. Unless we want to try and find a different character, because we're going to do another freeze frame. Let's see what else we've got in here. Maybe something like this is interesting. Brings in that kind of like element of, you know, like, are we at war, like water wars or something like that? I don't know, could be cool. Let's try it. So I'm just going to drag this along to find my freeze frame that I want. And I think I want the freeze frame to be when they're pouring. And I'm actually going to cut out all of the bathtub as well on this freeze frame. So yeah. And again, I don't like the really smooth dolly. So I'm just going to add this little bit of wiggle to things as well. Ugh. Alrighty, about 2 hours to go. I think I'm gonna get it done. Thanks for sticking with me. I think it's looking really cool. Let's get into here. Scene 8, freeze frame mask for this. Once again, we'll fly through this now. We've talked about it enough. Let me just power through for you. Here we go. This might be the quickest, jankiest mask I've done so far, but I promise you, it's gonna look totally fine. Not even zooming in. I'm living on the edge. That one wasn't very good. I might come to regret this. Let's find out. I think I will do a little interior mask here as well. Subtract that section. And in here as well. Can't tell if that's rock. No, it's not. It's fine. We'll kill that mask. Okay, that last one I did was terrible. So I am gonna zoom in on that and refine that a little bit. Thanks, 1K Studio Official. Much appreciated. Check back in tomorrow when you wake up, and hopefully this is all finished perfectly. I much appreciate your input in the stream today. Cool. All right, that one's looking okay. Let's go back to the main one here. I think that looks acceptable. Maybe I regret my decision a little bit around her back here. It looks a little bit too square, I think. We'll just tidy it up just a little bit. You know what? We're going to delete this whole mask. I spoke too soon. This is what's happening. I've got coffee confidence, guys. I've got coffee confidence. It's running through my veins now. It's what I said before, though. Like, you know, you can have that 90% and go. But, yeah, not all the time. You've got to know when to put the extra effort in. Or otherwise, you just sort of, yeah, end up with janky work, and that's not what we're here to promote. We're here to help you work faster. That's what Envato Elements is for. Speaking of Envato Elements, come on, there we go. But we're here to make your work better, not worse, by providing templates like this to make you work faster. The fantastic author community does such a good job in creating these templates for us. And like, look at this one that I'm working on right now. It's so in depth. This would have taken me a week to actually make without this template. So yeah, the author community on Envato Elements is absolutely fantastic. Can't speak highly enough of them. And a lot of the work that I do on Envato Tuts Plus, watch any of my videos that I make, I'm using a lot of assets from Envato Elements. A lot of custom stuff as well. And you know, there's always a place for custom work. But if you can grab a template that is kind of, you know, get you 50% of the way there, and then you can tweak it. Why wouldn't you? And there's like literally millions of assets on there as well. We were looking through it earlier, and we'll jump back into Elements again briefly in the stream. Let me just pull this mask up the top there. Great. But yeah, that looks so much better. All right, I'm glad I took the extra effort there. Glad I made the extra effort. All right, moving through to here, and then we want to go the next one. So I assume she comes out like this. And then I think we need to bring in the evil guy again. Let's do that briefly in this one, and then we'll have one more of that protagonist girl, and then we'll be out of it. We'll get into our titles and stuff then. Oh, it's all up here. Of course, it's the ones I didn't click on. Yeah, this one's kind of cool, the little over the shoulder. And we'll just go to our freeze frame section. We'll scale that down to where we need to. Oh no, it was already at size. Maybe I don't like this one. I think I'm going to bring this one in instead. Yeah, that one's like pretty menacing. Let's bring that up there. So, all right, so we come back in. I want him to lift the gun. Freeze frame on that. That's going to be cool. All right, let's get into the freeze frame mask for this one. We're going to be absolute experts at this process very shortly. Just going to go through and do this mask. I really want to know what the origin of this piece of footage is. Like, is this just something they went out and shot specifically with the idea in mind to have stock footage, or is this like leftover rushes from a short film that they were making? It's very stylized. It's very cool. Yeah, the more you dig through Envato Elements, the cooler kind of stuff that you find, and really bespoke stuff as well. Like, you know, this looks really like very cinematic rather than just, you know, stock footage, which sometimes gets a little bit of a bad rap, bit of a negative connotation for being like, you know, stock footage is unusable, like in a lot of contexts. Whereas this, like, you know, this is fantastic. I think a lot of people sometimes think stock footage is, you know, just in like news stories and things like that, people walking around with iPads or whatever it is. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're seeing, you know, the age of like this cinematic stock and, you know, creative assets really kind of coming into its own, and obviously Envato Elements has just so much stuff to use, and like just such a great author community. I was saying it before, who are constantly making stuff and putting it up there for subscribers to use. And yeah, if you are a subscriber to Envato Elements, you can download any of this now, unlimited downloads as well, and you can use it in your projects right away. So I've introduced Water Girl here, and now we've got Menacing Guy back again. This is where we introduce, I guess, the drama. And then I want one more shot, and I want it to be a different character for the last one here. It's going to be the last one, and then we're going to get into our titles at the end. So I'm going to go back to Elements. Let's go to Dystopian. Let's search Dystopian again and see what we come up with. This girl is great, but I've used a lot of it already. Well, not so much a lot of it, but I've already like introduced her as a character. And I want to land on something a little bit more on the like protagonist side, not the antagonist side of things. So for this last shot, all right, let's go. I wonder if just like Mad Max will do something. Okay, yeah, that kind of worked. That was great. Yeah, this one could be really cool. Just add that to the collection. Just gonna refresh here. Just download that. We'll add it to the collection later on. This one's cool, but the color's not really what I want. I guess we did have this person in before in our downloads. Oh, and we had this guy as well. Yeah, actually, we've already downloaded this one. I'm pretty sure we'll put it in our collection. So let's grab that one. And we'll grab both of these, so we can do a little zoom in. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Definitely agree with Marco in the chat there. Shout out to everyone who's stayed watching so far. We're 3 hours in. Much appreciated. Great to have you here. Just so I can differentiate this, I'm going to create a new folder in here, so I don't bring that footage in double up. Okay, so I think I want to use the slightly zoomed out one, then the slightly zoomed in one. This is going to be scene 10 and then media 6. So I think it's going to be these two. Yeah, so that's the one I want to frame on, and then cut this one down here. So start with her in a wider shot, zoom in, and cut her there. And gonna close some of these comps. Hit a little save as well. You know, it's always safe to save more than you think you need to. I'm sure we've all had moments where we've lost our work. All right, I'm gonna kill that mask. This is definitely giving me June vibes as well. So really enjoyed that film. I don't know, did anyone else in the chat see it? And if so, did you read the novel first? And did that sway your thoughts, feelings, and emotions about the Denis Villeneuve June film that came out last year? I know some people who read the books really enjoyed the film. Some people didn't enjoy it as much. I didn't read the books before watching it. I still haven't read the books. I think I might though, after I finish the one that I'm reading at the moment. But yeah, I talked about this earlier on in the stream. I really enjoyed the sound design of June. I think that was one of the most enjoyable parts. Obviously, it looked fantastic. Australian DP, by the way. Obviously, it looked fantastic, but yeah, the sound design was amazing. And I was lucky enough to go and see it in IMAX as well. And obviously, IMAX is a visual treat, but having such amazing like audio experience as well was fantastic. I felt like for days afterwards I had that that kind of like screaming, shrieking kind of sound design. I'm not going to do it. Stuck in my head, which was really cool. So these ones should have worked. Let me just make sure that works. Great. And then I'm just going to cut out the sky here. Subtract that. And subtract that as well. That might need a little bit of fixing up. Cool. All right, let's see how that one's gone. That's worked all right. Back to our main comp here. Cool, and then we want to get into our title sequence as well, which I think I'm actually just going to reuse the original title, this one here. So I'm just going to copy and paste that, bring it up over here. And also that's our 1 minute there. So I'm going to make sure the titles go that. And maybe this title actually, I won't have Project Phantom. I'll just have coming soon, in which case I'm actually going to duplicate this comp. So this one here, and I'm going to use what I said earlier, which is something that I use a lot called True Comp Duplicator. So the way it works here is, let me drag this out. So if I've got this scene here selected, I want to reveal it in my project here, reveal composition in project. So if I've got it, oh no, it's going to be the pre-comp here. That's annoying. Stand by. Let me work out where this is. So scenes. Here we're doing scene 4. Great. So I want one copy of it. So it's going to duplicate and it's going to make a new one here, but it's called it scene 5. And I'm just going to call this coming soon. Now it has said that there's going to be some expression errors. Let's see if that actually did anything. Sometimes you can get away with it, and it doesn't actually do much for you. So we'll drop this in here. and we'll update this to be coming soon. So now I've got to get into the text here, and I'm going to keep the O there as well. Our fun, fancy O. C, Option Shift O, coming, Option Shift O. My computer is being very slow, sorry. Here we go though. So that should say coming soon now when it updates itself. And then in theory, if this has all worked, this one, oh no. Oh no, it does. Project Phantom, fantastic. We're cooking with gas, and then this one's coming soon. Wonderful. All right, so guys, I think we're very close here. We're gonna just drop this to 1 minute because that was part of the challenge rules here. So we start off with the chat presents a live stream editing challenge. We'll do a title here, so this will be before when things were good, and then Project Phantom, and then they weren't, and then introducing this guy. We'll call him like Helmet Guy. Why don't we call him Helmet Guy? We'll call him maybe maybe the mask is a bit too on the nose, but let's call it I don't know. What can we call him? Maybe the Phantom, because we're doing a Project Phantom. Let's why not? Let's do that. This should have updated now. The Phantom, love it. All right, and then we'll call this one the Kid, like Billy the Kid. 3D text. Just trying to find the text layer on this one. Must be this one. Text. This one's going to be the Kid. Unfortunately, we can't get a fun circle slash thing. The Kid. Why don't we work out her in a second. What should we put here? So we've got, the Phantom, the Kid. I don't know. Maybe the fire starter. Let's do that. Why not? We're gonna come up with something. This is completely made up. We can do whatever we want. Fire starter. That sounds pretty cool. I'm gonna. I don't know what to do with this one actually, because we've already introduced her. So maybe I actually just want a piece of footage playing here. Yeah, I think I just want a piece of footage playing here. I'm going to get rid of the actual title. So let's go to our footage and we'll get this footage of her pouring water into the bath here, which I think is this one. Just find our spot. Also, I want to zoom it out a little bit. Cool. All right, so I like that. Let's chop that there. And chop it there. I'm going to kill that. I'm going to add our little wiggle to this. Alrighty. Go over to our effects, grab our wiggle position on that, go 20. Playing that through there. And then I'm going to change this up to, because we've already introduced this character, so I'm going to add a little fight for survival, I think. Thanks, Prani. Thanks for staying up. Much appreciated. Have a good sleep. Also, thanks for coming up with the title, Phantom, Project Phantom. Going to do a fight for survival here. Also going to make the O's our fancy O's. There we go. So they should be on this guy here. And then I think this one, fight for survival, maybe it's like to the bitter end or something like that. I don't know. Let's get dramatic. No, this is our coming soon. Don't need that. As you can see, my After Effects project is getting pretty chunky here. So we're working with what we've got. It is a little bit slow. Sometimes you do just have to be patient with it. To the bitter end. How dramatic. All right, let's see if that comes up. To the bitter end, obviously that's now sitting a bit off to the side, so let's just bring the anchor point of this over. I think I like it around here instead. And again, I realized that one probably needs to come across a little bit as well. So we'll just change the anchor point to that. I'm going to drop it down a little bit. Great. All right, let's see how that's looking through. We'll scrub now. So we've got the chat presents Livestream editing challenge. Again, title there soon. Project Phantom, our title of the film. Again, subtitle there, introducing the Phantom. kid. The fire starter. A fight for survival. To the bitter end. Coming soon. Guys, I mean, we've still got some polish to do, but we've got a trailer. We've got a trailer for a film. I just realized I'm not looking at the camera. Hey. We've got a trailer for a film that I kind of want to watch. Like if Tarantino and Rodrigo, I've gone completely blank. Robert Rodriguez. There we go. Nailed it. If they made a post-apocalyptic film, I feel like it would look something like this. Got to start that a little bit earlier, actually. I've just noticed we have that red there for quite a while, so just take all of this footage and just slide it down a little bit more. So I think I'm going to do it. Times were good until they weren't. So I want to copy the titles like this one. Where is this music composed by coming from? I thought I got rid of it. Maybe I didn't. Let me go into this and find out where it's coming from. It's really weird. Can't work out where that one's coming from. Doesn't really matter. Alrighty. So I think I want to take this title, which is this 3D style text. I need to find this in my reveal. Is this a reveal layer source? Yeah, that's what I want. All right, so I want to take this and I want to duplicate it. So that's going to become this number 6 here. Now I'm just going to change this one to before times text. And then I'm going to duplicate that one as well. And I'm going to call this one until it wasn't text. So going back into our main projects here, I want text to come up over this. Great, so let's see how this plays. Obviously it's not going to say the kid. That's going to be static, so I'm going to give this our favorite thing, the little position wiggle as well. I'm going to drop 20 on that. Yeah, cool, that's fun. Let's get that in there. We'll rename this to, let's say life was good, and we'll do our life was good with 3 O's. Life was good, and I'm going to actually make good a bit bigger. And then bring these up. Life was good. See what that looks like. Come on, After Effects. You can do it. I believe in you. There you go. Life was good. Actually, that life was good. Too big. I've reached too close to the sun or something like that. Flew too close to the sun. Just gonna undo this. Life was good. Where is my good gone? Oh, After Effects, what are you doing to me? Don't you know that you're on stream now, After Effects? You need to perform well. Everyone's watching. So embarrassing. So here we go. Life was good. Cool, life was good. And then I'll cut it just a little bit before that. So we have life was good. And then cut a little bit earlier. She like gasps. That goes there. And then we want our other text layer that we made before until it wasn't to sit on top of this. And we'll bring that down to here. And we'll go in and change the text to this to until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. Oh, I almost need another coffee. What do you reckon? Nah, I reckon I can power through. After Effects is killing me. Until it wasn't. All right, we got there. Life was good until it wasn't. And we need to add our little wiggle onto that as well. And I'm just going to copy and paste that from this one. Go up to our effects controls here, copy, wiggle, and transform, and paste that over onto this. And then I don't want that to come up straight away, so I'll go until it wasn't. That wiggle's way too much. I'm going to bring that down to like 5. And do you think we should just have a introducing? Yeah, maybe we should. So again, I'm going to duplicate one of these text layers. Duplicate this one. And rename that introducing. Bring that above here. And we'll just cut it off there. So introducing Perfect. And we will make that much smaller, 50%. And we're going to reposition that to, I think, maybe somewhere around here. Kind of works. Hello, if you've just joined the stream, welcome. I really want to work out where this little thing is coming from at the very bottom here where it says, yeah, music composed. Why is that coming up? It's not in any of this section. Who knows? Strange one. All right, we're pushing through here. We've got, oh, what's happened here? Life was good, that should say the kid. The fire starter. A fight for survival. To the bitter end. Coming soon. So something's gone wrong with our duplication here. So this one should say the kid. So one of these I've done wrong. So I think maybe that one's the phantom. Bear with me while I work this out. This one should say the kid. So before times text, why has that gone into there? I think we're just gonna have to make this one again. That's totally fine. Very easy to do. So at the moment, it is sitting at before times text. So we'll duplicate before times text here. Duplicate selected. And then we'll change. And I want to make sure that I'm changing this one here. So let's reveal this one, layer source. That's this. Let's double check that I did that correct. Yeah, great. And then these ones are all here as well, which don't need the duplicates. Oh no, okay, it's working. Okay, we're all good. And I think this one should be renamed the kid. I see what I did wrong before. I clicked the wrong one once I duplicated it. So this is called the kid. Let's go in and change this text now very quickly. The kid. The kid, okay. Hopefully, oh, why has it done this? It's fine. We can get before times text in here. Life was good. Done. So the chat presents, life was good, Project Phantom, until it wasn't. I actually think maybe that needs to be switched around. So Project Phantom, I think, will come after this here. So these ones will come forward. And then Project Phantom, the title, will come up to here. So life was good, thunderstorms, lightning, until it wasn't. Project Phantom, and I'll move that underneath there. Project Phantom. yeah, introducing, get that introducing going a little bit longer. The Phantom, the Kid, the Fire Starter, a fight for survival to the bitter end, coming soon. And that brings us up to 1 minute on the trailer there. So we're almost done. So what I'm going to do now is I want to have a little play with the color grade. And because there's so much going on in here, I think the best way to do this is maybe create some custom LUTs that I can use and then bring those in via Lumetri. I can do the custom LUTs in DaVinci Resolve and then bring them in via the Lumetri color tab in here. But these colors are pretty good. I'm happy with this kind of like almost teal and orange situation that's happening across all of this stuff. I don't think I actually need to grade these any differently. What I need to do is get this front section looking a little bit more consistent. So I'm actually, what I'll do is I'm going to save that there. I'm going to save my After Effects there if it does what I ask it to do. Why are you saving file? Save. Oh, maybe I haven't changed anything. Cool. Saving project. I'm going to close After Effects just to make sure my computer isn't chugging too much. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up DaVinci Resolve. Only an hour and a half left on the stream, guys, but I am not far away from finishing this, so stick with me. All right, so let's just do an untitled project. I'm going to skip this download for now. Actually, you know what? If you do want to learn more about DaVinci Resolve, we have a DaVinci Resolve trailer, sorry, not trailer, a tutorial coming out on the 2nd of March. So definitely get subscribed to the Envato Tuts Plus YouTube channel for that. It's an hour-long color grading tutorial with me, and I take you through literally every single thing that you need to know in DaVinci Resolve. From start to finish from a color grading perspective, but also I spent some time walking through exactly how to bring clips in, how to export clips back out to your editor, all that fun stuff. So yeah, definitely get subscribed to Envato Tuts Plus to see that tutorial coming very soon, coming next week. Excited about that one. I think you guys will like it. So what I'm going to do here in DaVinci Resolve, we're really just focusing on that first bit of footage. So I'm going to go to my project that I'm working in here. It was in edit, we exported. This is the before times section. We've done no new edits to this in After Effects. So we can bring this in. And what I want to do, and you'll see this in the DaVinci Resolve tutorial, but if you right click on here and go scene cut detection, that's going to cut up those different pieces that I've brought in and make sure that I can color grade those individually. So you just go down to here to auto scene detect. I'm going to turn my camera off so you can see auto scene detect, and it will detect these cuts here. So you basically want to make sure that there's it's done slightly different things for me here because I've got some speed ramping effects on here. Usually you want these two frames to be the same, this frame to be different, and that denotes it's cut in the right spot. But because I've done zooms and things like that, I'm actually not going to use this trick. I'm actually just going to add this into the media pool. I'm not going to change my project frame rate. And then I'm going to create a new timeline using selected clips. I can uncheck this here and change my project settings. I'm going to drop that into 25 frames there and hit create. Go into this and it's going to open up into your edit tab here. And what I'll do is just manually make these cuts myself because the AI couldn't quite work out where I put those cuts. So just grabbing the blade tool here, making that cut for us there, making this cut here. I think you got to do it one behind. Yeah. And making that cut here. I think that's all we had, wasn't it? Yeah. So now I think, oh. Okay, so it's done one ahead, annoyingly. All these programs are different, depending on where you put your playhead. So After Effects, let me pull this out by one frame. After Effects likes it at the end of a frame, Premiere likes it at the start of the frame, and then obviously we're just learning in DaVinci Resolve here, it likes it at the end of the frame as well. If you don't know what I mean by that, I kind of mean that like at here, I think I've cut the end of this guy, but if I go to the start of this next clip, I've got one more frame of him, which is quite annoying, I think, anyway. And then that's there. Now, the reason why I'm cutting these up is so when I go into my color tab here, and I've got my clips open, I've now got access to these 4 different clips to do a quick color grade on them. And basically, I'm going to bring one more piece of footage in as well. And that piece of footage is going to be something that we've already got in our trailer that we've been cutting, so that we can kind of match it. So let's go footage, purchased. Let's go to... where are we? Yeah, let's go to this one. This will work. Oh, I've pulled them all in now. Add this in. And I'll go up to our media pool and grab this clip here. Going to bring this just into the end. And so what that means is when we go into our color tab now, you've got this to reference. Give me a couple of moments here. I've had a bit of coffee, so I'll be right back in 1 minute. My apologies, I'm back now, all good. All right, so let's continue with the color grade here. Alrighty. So this one, actually this one's pretty close. I'm pretty happy with that. So we kind of want to go this teal and orange look that we've got throughout. I'm not going to do much to this one. This one I will change up. So I'm not going to do a full color grade. I'm just going to do some basic, some basic foreground and background grading. So I think what I'm going to do in this one is I'm just going to do a little bit of a window around him here, and I'll just go like this. Hopefully this works and I can track it through. I'll go to my tracker here and just track it back and forward. Gonna have to actually gonna scrap that. Scrap that. All good. We can do this in a quick grade. Let's go to our, bring our scopes out here. push a little bit of blues and teals into our shadows here. Push orange back into our midtones, which is our skin tone that I'm looking at, and a little bit of red back into the highlights here. And now from here, I'm going to use a tool that I haven't used a lot, and I'm just going to see if it works. There's a thing called the color warper here. So as I move my my mouse over here, you can see this is grabbing the color in the middle. And I basically want to grab that and I want to push that towards cyan a little bit, or teal, sorry. And then in this one here, I kind of want to push this color more into the oranges. Not green though, push it up there. And so that's kind of just given a little bit more of a teal and orange grade. You can see teal's coming through in his beanie. We've got more orange in the skin there. If I click onto this, it's not as vibrant obviously because we've got different different kind of lighting conditions and things like that, but I think that looks pretty good. This one I want to just push some more teal into the shadows, but I don't want her skin tone to end up looking weird, so I can fix that in a minute. Go way more teal into the shadows there, and then I'll go orange into the highlights there to pick up that sun. That's quite nice, but I'll push the shadows even more. Bring those down a bit. And now you're thinking, oh, but her face looks awful. Or what we'll do is we'll do a new node, and we'll add a corrector on there, and we'll just do a little power window around her face here. And we'll offset all of those colors that we lost and bring her skin tone back up. And now if I click off that, you can see, so that's off and on. So we've gone from weird blue face to that. I'll bring that down a little bit more though, so it gets her neck. Remember, this is going to be so quick in our thing as well, so that's what we want to do. We're going to make sure that tracks across, so we're going to track that with her. That's very easy because she doesn't move. So now we've got teal and orange, and I'll bring the highlights down on that a bit. Sorry, the shadows down on that and the highlights as well. Yep. That's looking good. This is looking a little bit muddy though, so I'll put a little bit more contrast into it. There we go. That's looking nicer. Perfect. That, and then this one's obviously very orange. So let's do a power window around her. Power window around her, and then we'll just track that back and forward, perfect. And what we want that is going to be a little more blue in the shadows here on her face, pushing the skin tones. Want basically orange in the mids, reds in the highlights, and then blues in the shadows for skin tones. It works really well. And then in the background, actually, I'm going to duplicate this. And then this one here, I'm going to bring the background much cooler. Drop that down as well. I think that's starting to look pretty fun. And then obviously we'll just feather this out more. So if I uncheck that, that's kind of what we've done there. It's, you know, it's more dramatic, but we're still getting the same tones. And then this is eventually what our other footage looks like. So I'm pretty happy with that. Maybe it's a little bit too magenta. Let me bring that down on her skin tone there. Just using the offset wheel to play around with what looks good. Yeah, all right, that kind of looks good. Now remember, I said before, we've got a DaVinci Resolve full tutorial coming very soon. So you can check that out early next week. I think it's about an hour or so. I go through everything in great detail. I use a much more extensive node tree than I've just used right now. We look at things like noise reduction. We look at things like isolating skin tone. Yeah, check it out. I think you'll get a lot out of it. So how do we now get this edit out? I'm going to delete this so that we're just using here, setting an out point, going to delivery. I want this to be high quality, so I'm going to bring this across and do a no, I'm going to do a ProRes master. 1920 by 1080. I can use a constant bit rate if I want. It's very quick bit of footage here. So we're going to go into our active projects here, edit, exports, and I'm just going to call this before times underscore from color. I spell it with a U. Apologies to anyone else in other parts of the world who does not spell it with a U. All right, so that I can add to render queue there. That's gone over to the render queue now, and then I can render all. It's going to render through pretty quickly. Done, 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 done. We'll just save that as trailer color. And I'm going to get out of that. Now we're going to open up After Effects again. Helps everyone type properly. After Effects. And we'll bring that graded bit of footage back into our comp. We'll turn off the music. We'll export that full comp. We'll bring it back into Premiere. And look, I know Premiere is not the most ideal place to do sound design. Usually you do it in like Adobe Audition or something like that. But I'm going to do the sound design in Premiere. And then we're kind of gonna go from there. Now I think I maybe have broken the rules a little bit because I've only used one font, not two, and that font was already in the asset here. I don't know, Marco, you tell me in the chat. Am I breaking the rules here? We've only got an hour to go. I'm pushing through. I'm pushing through. I don't know. Will the chat forgive me for breaking the rules? So I want to go into this before times composition here, and I'm going to replace this bit of footage. So I'm going to bring this into my new section, import, or not. Where are we? Before times from color, bring this into new. Before times from color, bring that into here. Want to make sure we're lining that up perfectly. So at the moment, if I turn that off and on, yeah, there we go. We're just seeing it with the color grade in there. We might be like one or two frames difference, but that's fine. And I'm just going to hide the one that's underneath. Make sure this, yeah, that works perfectly there. Cool. I'm going to turn the audio off on this as well. And then I'm going to also turn the music off on here. Just going to have a quick scrub through before we go. Oh, hey, Jen from the Envato channel. Good to have you with us. Happy morning. It's now light outside in Melbourne. Can't believe you didn't join us at 5:30 a.m. It's good to have you here. We're almost done. We've got an hour to go and I've almost got a trailer cut, which is fantastic. So at the moment, we're just going through and making sure everything's good here. So we've got the chat presents, life was good, thunderstorm until it wasn't. We've got the title for our film, Project Phantom. Was it Project Phantom or Phantom Project? I'm pretty sure it was Project Phantom. You know what? We're going this far. It's staying as Project Phantom. We've got introducing the Phantom. Again, I can't work out how to get rid of this little music composed by Blue Fox. It's stuck in here somewhere. But it's escaping me. We're just going to have to deal with it, guys. We're just going to have to deal with it. Introducing the Phantom. introducing the kid, the fire starter, a fight for survival, to the bitter end, coming soon. And then that's it. Oh, we need to make sure that coming soon goes right to the end. Fantastic. All right, well, I think we're good. I'm going to render out this. Our camera's turned off. Give me 1 second. There we go. My behind the scenes camera has died, so I'm going to change that battery. I'll do that when we render. Let's do this. So we've got the main project here, file, export, add to render queue. Just going to keep it as high quality. I'm going to change the name. Let's go back into here. We're going to go edit exports. We're going to do main trailer from AE. Let's go V1. And we're going to hit render. Now this is going to take some time, so give me a moment and I'm going to change the battery on that camera. With any luck, hey, we have a behind the scenes camera again. Alrighty, so we're just waiting for this to render now. I don't know, Marco, maybe it's time to put a poll in the chat. You got anything up your sleeve while we wait for this to render? Let's also listen to some music here. What do we like? Everyone seemed to like the hip hop stuff before, so let's go to hip hop here. But we want to go like a little bit lo-fi. Let's go some lo-fi hip hop while we wait.
Audio jungle.
We're gonna have to hear the audio jungle. But this is Envato Elements. We've the whole thing's brought to you by Envato Elements, so may as well listen while we render. I'll take requests in the chat for for music tracks while we're waiting for this render to happen.
Audio Jungle. 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 Audio Jungle.
Turns out my mic was off. Good catch in the chat there. Thank you. All I was saying was that if you're just tuning in now, we're waiting for a render to happen. But if you've got any requests for this Envato Elements kind of DJ session that's happening on the background here, I don't know. Let me know. Let me know in the chat what you want to listen to while we're waiting for this render to happen.
Audio Jungle. 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 Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
All right, team, thank you for waiting. We are done with that render. You love to hear it, you love to see it. All right, just gonna save this project before we exit out of it, and then we're gonna bring this back into Premiere Pro to finish it off. All right, getting out of this, let's open up Premiere Pro again. Hope you enjoyed that little music interlude, courtesy of Envato Elements there. That's the one. That's the one we're using. Yeah, all of those assets obviously available on Envato Elements. So should check it out. If you're not already subscribed, definitely check it out. If you are subscribed, hey, part of the team. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new sequence here. As I said before, if you weren't with me at the start of the stream, I've got my sequences set up here. So I've got a full HD one here, and I'm just going to copy that into my working folder. I'm going to just call this main underscore VO1 underscore 01. Cool. So let's open this up here. I've double clicked. There we go. I want to import what I just exported before. So we'll go to main trailer, MOV, and we will drop that onto our timeline. We will keep the existing sequence settings. Now we've rendered this out in 4K, I believe. Oh no, it's fine. We're all good. So I'm just gonna Command L to unlink that. There's no audio on that track, and we're gonna bring our track onto this as well. Now, so that I don't deafen you all, let's go into audio here. Just bring the volume of this down. Music, put this as a balanced background music for the time being. Cool. Let's go back to our edit here. Let's watch it through. We haven't really seen it yet, so let's watch it through, and we'll try and get it looking good and sounding good. Only a few more things to do now. We're almost done. So that looks pretty good. What I want to do is make sure that this kind of like lands at the end here. So let's just see if we can drag it out and see what happens at our start. Like that's perfect for me. That's exactly what I want. But let's see what happens at the start. It's probably... We can probably just cruise it up here a little bit and just see if it sounds normal, cutting it this way. Sometimes you can get away with kind of doing it a little bit janky like this. Sometimes it just doesn't work for you. So let's see. Okay, I think that works. I think we got away with it. But it does feel a little bit one-dimensional with that music there. So what I want to add is just a bunch of like swooshes and sweeps and sound effects. So let's go to transitions and movement. No, you know what I want to do? I want to do trailer in sound effects and see if we can get some, like a trailer pack, cinematic trailer pack.
Audio Jungle.
So there's a bunch of stabs and stuff there. Let's add this to the collection. We'll just download it for now. Add to downloads there.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That reverse one's pretty cool as well. Let's download that.
Audio Jungle.
I like that one as well with that hard stop on it. That's really cool.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
This one could work. I think this one could work for the like the deserty part of it when it's like, you know, life wasn't good anymore. Let's try that one.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Wizard trailer hit.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
That's cool as well. All right, I think that's given us enough. Let's bring those in to our project now and just open all these up. Copy those, bring those in, sourced assets, audio, sound effects, bring those in. And let's not forget as well, we've got our thunder. So let's go over to our assembly here. Sourced assets. Let's tidy this up a little bit. So I'm going to put this in our stock footage. I'm going to put this in our audio, and then I'm going to just import a bunch of that audio as well. Where are we? Edits, sourced assets, audio, sound effects. Bring all of that in. Cool. First of all, let's bring the thunder in. We had two different thunderclaps before, so bring those in here. Find our spots for them. It's right here. And then we'll have them offset a little bit, so happen differently. Obviously, that's very loud. I'm sorry if that just blew everyone's eardrums out. So let's just make sure that that is sound effects, and we'll just make them a little bit distant. Add a bit of reverb on those. And we'll just bring those up a little bit, so we're kind of like alluding to them when the girl looks around. A little bit too far. And then we want some kind of riser in here. Pardon me, some kind of riser in here as well, for like leading up to the "it wasn't good." And maybe we want the music to come in on Project Phantom actually. So like, let's just see what that sounds like. Oh, here we go. That's our first crash of the day. Look, we're 4.5 hours in, and it was the first crash. I think that's pretty good. Let's see how far away from saved we were there. Let's go back to our working here, our trailer challenge. We'll open this back up. It's going to ask us to resave it. It's going to tell us that it shut down and crashed. Here we go. Yes, I do want to open it. Yes, that's fine. We'll save it. We'll basically just increment this. So this is version 2 now. And then we'll open up version 2. And all of that work is gone. Don't you love it? You love to see it. All right. Yes, thank you. We know it quit unexpectedly. We'll ignore that for now. Okay, we've got main one here. Oh, we didn't actually lose that much. How about that? Oh, I don't think we lost anything. It's a miracle. Absolute miracle. We didn't lose anything. I'm just going to Command S. Until it wasn't, and then kind of want it to go like but I think I want a different part of this song. That way. That's the one. That's the hit that we want. Right there. Can't believe I didn't lose anything in that crash. What a stroke of luck. Cool. I don't know if I like this drone sound. We're going to get rid of that. Let's go into our audio here. Cutting edge. Let's try this. I think that might work going up to here. Maybe. We're really just playing around with things now. This is basically where we're at. We're just seeing what feels good. Oh, I like that, how it kind of drops out. What I don't like though, and this is something that I stuffed up in the render, is that there's this gap where it says, where there's no text. So I'm just gonna cut that little bit out, and we're just gonna close the gap there until it wasn't. And I don't, again, like how that dropped out. So these are things that we can, you know, change in post. I don't know, you don't want to always like fix it in post, but the whole thing is post. But yeah, that's fine. We'll just cut those bits out. And we'll bring this in, obviously, a bit louder. We can get to mixing that in a minute. Okay, so we need some form of sound at the start here. Short trailerizer. Okay. I think a little bit of like happy piano or something would work well here. Like, life was good, blah, 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 blah. Life was good. And then, no, it wasn't. So what I want to do here is find out roughly how long this is. And a really quick way you can do that is just cut this here and hover your mouse over it and and oh, come on. Why isn't it liking me today? Hovering my mouse over it. I'm shocked. Usually you hover your mouse over it and a little thing comes up and tells you the length of that piece of footage. Let's try one more time. Wow. I guess we are, into the end game of this editing challenge now. Nothing's working for me. So that goes from 6 seconds up to 11 seconds there. What do we got? That's 5 seconds long. Let's try and find a little 5-second bit of piano here. Piano.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Let's go happy piano.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
I like how I said happy piano and it gave me slow horror piano. Actually, this one's ominous. I like that one. Let's do that. Downloading that one there. I know I said happy, but ominous also works. So we want this to start exactly on here. Bring this down to background music as well. Got some people in the chat talking about PCs crashing, Premiere crashing. Look, it's just part of the fun of working with Premiere, right? Life was good. Until it wasn't. I feel like I really like this track, but I feel like it doesn't work now. We'll put some other sound effects in there and we'll see how we go. It's too late in the stream for me to be changing my mind like that. Yeah, we need some like things here, which is what's coming in here. So I don't know. Let's just start adding some things. I think that music needs to come in with a lot more gusto. So let's just go that, and that might be why I'm not feeling it. Let's give it 10 or something there. Maybe we need a little riser in there. Yeah, that rises up to it. I think that could work well. The track has to go. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling it as well. I don't know. It was working for me, and now it's not. Let's see if we just go cinematic the whole time. Those are really loud. Let's change those. That one's weird. We'll just do this one again. Yeah, no, the track doesn't work at all. All right, there we go. This is part of it. Done. It's gone. Any thoughts in the chat? What I should search on Envato Elements here to get something? I guess cinematic. That's what we've got to go. We've got to go something cinematic here. No, but we want cinematic and like dark, angry maybe. Epic dubstep trailer, maybe not so much.
Audio Jungle.
Something like this could fit. Let's try it. Let's try it. We're at the trying phase now of this live stream. Yeah, cinematic. I agree. I wasn't leaning that way until we started doing all of this stuff, and I was like, you know what, that kind of makes way more sense. Cool. Put that in there. Seems like there's a bunch of different ones in here, so let's just start trying. Okay, well that builds up, so that'll work. Sometimes it works perfectly. I want to stop it there because I want to move into some other parts. Now I'm just trying to make it so that this last bit will kind of hit the tail, like to the bitter end, and then we kind of want it to like be here, coming soon. I mean, with any luck, that'll just line up, but it probably won't. Kind of works. All right, we're really loud, obviously. Let's just bring all of that down to a reasonable level. And we'll bring it up later in the mix, but feeling much better now, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Needs something else in there, but we'll work that out in a second. how about we go, I think there was ones that said like tonal or something. What's different about this one? Who knows? All right, so let's get, what I want to do is get some hits in there. So when that comes up, we'll get some cinematic hits, maybe a boom. Okay, that works. Introducing the Phantom. We want a little hit there. That's cool. Maybe a little cinematic explosion for him. Probably explosion's a bit too much, but maybe a bit too much. Just a drum hit. That's cool. Firestarter could have explosion, right? Maybe metal hit. That one does not work. What about this? That can be an explosion. To the bitter end, maybe a drum hit. And then we need a rise at the end there, which I think we can reuse. Now look, I'm doing this a bit messy. I've only got a couple of minutes left to be able to finish this live stream here, so don't judge me too harshly. Usually I'd spend a bit more time on the sound design here. All right, well, let's just do, there's a little fade out here. Let's just do a classic. Well, maybe this is where I can get my my new fonts on, because I haven't used any fonts. Let's go dystopian. Let's try like grunge. Let's have a look at what we've got so far. So it's kind of like that. All right. Maybe this. I'm just gonna do a date, a coming when date. So we'll open up our font here and just make sure it is installed. What's it called? Grunge. Okay, great. Hopefully I don't have to shut Premiere, but we'll find out. When do we want this to be released? I guess it's being released today. Let's do 23rd. 23rd of Feb. 23. I'm going to do Feb like this because I don't want to get flack in the comments about doing the month and the date around the wrong way. We all do things differently. Perfect. All right, now we've got to go through and clean up this sound design a little bit because it's not looking fantastic. I can do better, I promise. Well, let's just put a little limiter on the overall mix. Where are we? Just so we're not destroying anyone's ears on YouTube. Put that there. Now we've got the music tracks on level 1, audio 1. So this riser comes up. I think it's pretty good, but it probably gets a little bit too loud. I'm going to do it this way because I've just got a lot of stuff everywhere. I'm going to make this close up so there's no reverb on it, but I'm also just going to drop it down by a couple of pegs. I want it to finish exactly when the piano starts. And the piano here, I want it to come up a little bit more. Let's just give that a little bit of bounce there. Okay, so these ones are a bit intense. Yeah, that's. Drop these down. And then I like the reverb on those. These ones are a bit intense, so I'm going to drop these down. Oh, that dropped them down way too much, so drop back to that. So that hit needs to happen exactly when that text comes open, which is just here. Nice. Bring this up a little bit more. Don't actually like this one. I'm going to delete that. That one's cool, but just a bit too much of a hit. So we'll tag that as sound effects. I'm going to make that medium shot. And just drop some decibels out of that, maybe -2. This one needs to come up just a little bit. Keep the intensity ramping up. And then I've dropped that one down, so that needs to, pull it by about 3. And I think a little riser here would be good, so let's do that. That's cool. It does get a little bit hot on that sound effect though, so let's drop that down to make medium shot. -3 on that one, I think. Guys, I think we have a trailer. I think we did it. with 9 minutes to spare. Let's render this bad boy out and yeah. Well, thanks for that. It's been 4 hours and 50 minutes or something like that. 4 hours and 56 minutes. There we go. Thank you so much for playing along and watching me complete this challenge. It was actually a ton of fun in the end. I started this morning when it was dark out. It's now a beautiful day outside in Melbourne. I might have to go and get another coffee. But yeah, thanks for being here with us. Thanks for jumping into the chat. Please let us know if you would like to see any more live streams and what you think what we should do. Let me just name this so we can get it out of here. Oh my god, we did it. Underscore VO1. Underscore O1. And then I'm just going to put that, let's just do it as a constant bitrate. Come on now. Don't fail me. Constant bitrate 10. Let's do it. All right, well, that's exporting. Yeah, thanks very much. Wow, yeah, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, like I said, if you want us to do any more live streams, please let us know what you want to see. We're happy to do it in plenty of different programs as well and different challenges. I think it's fun to have a bit of a challenge here rather than just watching me work on some random project. Also, if you're watching this after the fact, if you're not watching this live, let us know in the comments as well on YouTube what you want to see and what you liked about this video, what you didn't like. We're always learning. Really appreciate it, and really appreciate you guys jumping into the chat as well. I know for a lot of people who were jumping into the chat earlier on, it was quite early in the morning in places like India and Pakistan. Really appreciate you guys being in on the chat there. Maybe we'll have to do a live stream at a more India-friendly time and Pakistan-friendly time, which I think is actually my afternoon, so that works perfectly. Coming up soon. So let's just watch this, and then I guess you guys can all go on with your day or night. Edit exports. Oh my god, we did it. Let's open this up now. I think I have to change one setting very quickly so that I can give you access to this so you can hear it. Here we go, full screen. Hopefully you're hearing this. Well, there we go. Project Phantom. Yeah, Project Phantom. Coming to you today, apparently, or yesterday, if you're in a time zone like me, because it's currently the 24th, not the 23rd. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Like I said before, we'll do plenty more live streams coming up. And make sure, if you haven't yet, subscribe to the Envato Tuts Plus YouTube channel. Not only will you get notified when we're going to do more of these live streams, you'll also keep up with all of the great content that we're putting out. Obviously today mine was very focused on After Effects, Premiere Pro, editing, that kind of side of things. We do a lot of Adobe Illustrator. There's some Procreate stuff up there, a lot of illustration, motion graphics, graphic design, pretty much everything that you can possibly need to know about if you're trying to learn how to become a creative, or if you're already a creative trying to learn some new skills. And of course, it was also brought to you today by Envato Elements. If you're not aware already, Envato Elements is a really easy to use subscription service. You've seen today, get unlimited downloads of like literally millions of assets. You can see here, 70,000. Oh, you're not actually seeing it. Well, there we go. It helps if I put it on the screen. 70,000 assets. added just this week alone. So look, it's a really good platform. If you are subscribed to it but aren't using it that much, dig through. There's so much stuff to use, and you can see how I use the graphic templates today. If you're not a subscriber, definitely check it out. We've always got some deals on. So yeah, get subscribed to Elements and to Envato Tuts Plus on YouTube. And yeah, I guess until next time, stay safe and thanks very much. It was, yeah,